Am I supposed to have one?
Innovatively.
Who knows?
All right, welcome, everybody. Before we formally begin the meeting, it's my understanding that there are individuals who are in the lobby who are not able to access and not able to hear what is happening. We are, I think, as a whole, very happy and very surprised that we have so many people in attendance. If I had known this ahead of time, we'd have moved this to a different venue, which would accommodate more individuals. Next time, whoever has been the organizer of this, if you could just let us know that we're expecting a larger crowd, I would happy to reassign this to a different space so that we could all carefully be all welcomed to hear what was going on. Thank you. And we can all share in this very important moment of just good public comment and democracy. So I'm not sure if we have enough room that other individuals could possibly come and sit down. Or if there's any vacant seats, perhaps a couple of other people can come in and sit down or crowd a little bit closer together, be best friends, so that everybody can be accommodating. We have any more room to get other individuals in?
Give up my seat.
Okay, so let's get started. And thank you, everybody, for your flexibility. We had literally no idea that so many people are going to be attending today's meeting. So the hour of 10:10 has arrived, and I'd like to officially call the meeting of the March 14th, 2023 meeting of the Kane County Board to order. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Allen,
Present.
Bates,
Bates here.
Berman,
Berman's here.
Doherty,
Doherty, aye.
Davis,
Davis here.
Ford, Gums,
Comes here.
Iqbal,
Iqbal present.
Juby,
Should be here.
Kenyon,
Here.
Caius,
Vice President.
Leonard,
Leonard here.
Lewis,
Lewis here.
Linder,
Linder here.
Molina,
Molina present.
Roth,
Roth here.
Sanchez present.
Silva,
Silva is here.
Strathman, Surgis, Tarver,
Tarver's here.
Tepe,
Deppy here.
Williams,
Williams here.
and Young.
Young here.
You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Very good. Mr. Tepe, I'll turn this over to you right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As March is Women's History Month, Madam Chair asked me to invite two outstanding women to start today's meeting. Naturally, I asked my wife would recommend, and she has come up with two really phenomenal recommendations. So in first doing our invocation, I'd like to introduce Gareth Mann. Gareth is the 2021 Elgin Poet Laureate. The Poet Laureate Project celebrates the heritage, culture, and diversity of the city of Elgin. Gareth is widely known and respected throughout the Elgin's poet community as a mentor, teacher, and inspirational performer. Gareth is also a produced playwright, songwriter, and is the artistic director of FemProv, an all-female theater company. Gareth, please come to the podium.
Thank you, Vern.
We pause today as our hearts fill with gratitude and confidence when we consider the tasks ahead, knowing that our energy and purpose will manage present needs and carry Kane County into a fine future. How blessed we are to be charged with this precious gift of public service. May we give one another respect and attentiveness as we work together for the common good. May we be responsive listening to our citizens with open minds as our vision informs our decisions. May we always remember how fortunate we are to be public servants. And now a silly poem. If you want variety, Kane County is the place to be. There's industry and farms galore and so much more. Thriving cities and quaint towns, so many places to explore. Parks and forest preserves by the score. You can find your own little piece of heaven, that's for sure. The Kane County story, the Fox River, its crowning glory. Busy, bustling places and open spaces. It's no trial to find a home to suit your lifestyle. From comfortable condos to sweet farmettes, vast Victorians to brick bungalows, you can bet diversity reigns. Kane County claims homes large and small, townhouses, apartments, we've got it all. Housing developments, old and new, more than a few choices for you. So come to Kane County to work or to play, to make it your home or just spend the day. Come to Kane County to visit or live. Kane County has oh so much to give. Thank you.
Obviously, there are many women who have done tremendous jobs in contributing to where we are. But the history is one side of it. There's the people that are working to make that history, the people that are working to work with our young children. And so now I'd like to introduce Amber Peterson. Amber is the executive director of Elgin's Partnership for Early Learning Project. Her goal is to have every child coming to kindergarten ready to learn. Her target partners are every coffee shop, bank, business, healthcare provider, organization, daycare facility, and laundromat. Amber has organized people to read to children in laundromats, and believe it or not, this is making a difference. Amber says we have to dream big for our children and the future, and together we can. Please join me in welcoming Amber.
Thank you so much, Vern. I'm going to say the Pledge of Allegiance, and if you can stand and join me, please do. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you both for coming. Now, may I please have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of February 14th, 2023?
Madam Chair, Caius would ask for unanimous consent for the minutes for February 14th, 2023.
Second.
Madam Chair, correction.
Oh, there's a correction.
One minor correction. The minutes do not reflect under 23-209, all of the votes on page 4 of 13. There was no vote. Mr. Young was not recorded on his vote. So
Could
that
you
should
say
be-
that again? I cannot hear you.
I apologize. The 23-209 on page 4 of 13, all of the votes were not recorded. Mr. Young's vote was a no, and it was not on the minutes.
Would it,
It should reflect, yeah.
I would ask that we adopt them unanimously then with those changes.
With that one change. Very good.
I might have missed something else, but
All right.
No.
Good changes? None? Clerk, please call the roll.
Well,
No.
I don't think you
Don't have to.
point of order.
Without
Without
objection.
objection.
We're fine then.
No objection.
Forgot that.
So I still call the roll, correct? Ellen?
Yeah, we still call the vote.
Hmm?
We don't have to
We don't?
without
Okay.
objection.
All right.
Unanimous consent.
All right, very good. So now we have a number of public items, a public comment, and with the approval of the board, I would like to move item number 23-349 to off consent agenda. And we can have then time and ability for our speakers who would like to address the board at that time. There's a number of them and we've got much to get through. I will ask our speakers for their understanding. As you can see, we have a number of students here from 4-H. And we'd like to make sure that they have the opportunity to see the process that we are going through with our consent agenda and have some time for them. And they also have a meeting scheduled for 11 o'clock where they're going to be learning other things about how the county works. So with your understanding, I'd like to be able to move that. And we'll have an opportunity then for public comments specifically about the memorandum about the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence at that point. So do I have consent for the board to move this?
I have a question.
Yes, Ms.
Please. Would we not just be moving the consent agenda then?
Not
We're
the whole
just-
consent
We're
agenda,
just moving that one item.
just that one item.
Consent.
It's not
It's
on
not on the
consent.
consent
It's on
agenda.
new and unfinished business. I want to move
Oh.
it to to the, we're right before off consent, Ms. Juby.
No.
Board, do I have your approval?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Are we going to have a,
I ask for order, please. I ask for order, please. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Young.
Young speaking, is there still going to be public
Yes,
comment
absolutely.
based upon the US Alliance?
That's correct.
And then we will discuss the US Alliance later on in this
Exactly.
today.
Exactly.
Okay. Very good.
Exactly. Okay, so thank you. So let's move this forward then. So we have, get my notes together here. Let's talk about the 4-H. Mr. Kenyon.
With pleasure. Opportunity for all, Kane County 4-H Government Day, March 14th, 2023. Government Day Proclamation. Whereas 4-H is America's largest youth development organization, supporting nearly 6 million young across this country. And whereas 4-H has helped numerous youth in Kane County to become confident, independent, resilient, and compassionate leaders. And whereas delivered by a cooperative extension, a community of more than 100 public universities across the nation that provide experiences where young people learn by doing through hands-on projects in the important areas health, science, agricultural, and civic engagement. And whereas this day showcases the incredible ways that 4-H inspires kids to do and highlights the remarkable 4-H youth in Kane County who work each day to make a positive impact on those around them. And whereas 4-H networks of nearly 500,000 volunteers and 3,500 professionals provide caring and supporting mentoring to all 4-Hers, helping them to grow in true leaders, and entrepreneurs, and visionaries. Now, Madam Chairman, hereby proclaim March 14th, 2023 as Kane County 4-H Day throughout the Kane County, and encourage all of our citizens to recommend 4-H for the significant impact they made and to continue make by empowering youth with the skills they need for the lifetime.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Well done. thank you all for coming. And I hope you'll learn a little bit. I hope you learned a little bit at your previous meeting. And I hope your mentors, who are going to be your besties, if you have any questions about government, I hope names and phone numbers have been exchanged appropriately so that you can keep in contact with each other as you go forward. Also, if you are ever interested in possibly doing a appropriate internship when you get to a certain age, please don't hesitate to contact our office and we'll find, see if we can find you an appropriate placement for your internship. They have to be at a certain age for that opportunity. But we'd love to have you be part of our government because this is your county and this is our future. So please stay in contact with us all. So the next, we have something quite remarkable, and I will turn that over to our state's attorney.
Thank you. If I can invite Anthony Ortiz to come to the podium.
He's a candidate.
Mr. Ortiz is the Director of Operations at the State's Attorney's Office. When I took office, he had a sort of supervisory position, but he was very, very underutilized. And as a result of that and the skills that he brought to the office, we promoted him to the Director of Operations. So now he's in charge of anything that is even remotely IT related within the office itself. What you won't know about Anthony, because he is a rather quiet individual at most times, sometimes louder than people want him to be, but he is not a person that brags about himself ever. And so there were times that we went through the office and he would talk about the need for a standing desk or some issues that were happening. And he didn't talk a lot about what happened to him in the past. And recently we got to know a lot more about him because Anthony was awarded the Purple Heart for his role in a fight in a continued fight in Afghanistan. And so I first want to talk a little bit about the Purple Heart itself. So the Purple Heart actually dated back to the American Revolution because General Washington, eventually President Washington, wanted to give commissions and promotions to the people in his rank, but he was told he could not do that. So as a result of that, he created the Badge of Military Merit. And it was quoted as saying that the general, ever desirous to cherish virtuous ambition in his soldiers, as well as to foster and encourage every species of military merit, directs, whenever any singularly meritorious action is performed, the author of it shall be permitted to wear on his facings over his left breast the figure of a purple cloth or silk edge with narrow lace binding. And so this is a long history that we have this. Now, it eventually did become the Purple Heart, and that was the Chief of Staff for the presidency, Douglas MacArthur, who enacted it by the order of the President of the United States. The Purple Heart, established by General George Washington during the War of the Revolution, is hereby revived out of respect to his memory and military achievements. The way that you have the Purple Heart is you earn this in battle, and that is earned because of wounds that you suffer or a death as a result of it. And that's exactly how Anthony earned his Purple Heart. And so I want to talk a little bit about what happened. Anthony had been fighting in Afghanistan for some time, and on December 20th of 2010, he was in Sangin, Afghanistan. The Battle of Sangin is known as one of the bloodiest American battles that we've seen. In the first 30 days, they had 15 people killed in action and 49 different people wounded. In total, they lost a total of 25 Marines and hundreds were wounded as a result of this. There were a lot of nicknames given to the Battle of Sangin, including the Bloody Battle, Hell on Earth, that they had to be firefighters daily. And what ended up happening with Anthony is that he was in a truck with other Marines and an interpreter when an RPG, and again, this is something that I had to look up because I'm not as familiar with military. It is a rocket-propelled grenade that is shoulder fired and launches rockets equipped with an explosive warhead. This is what went into the trunk that Anthony, 2 other Marines, and their interpreter were in. He woke up at some point later. He was unconscious. He had been bleeding from both of his ears. When he woke up, he heard more gun firing and people yelling. At some point when they were able to get safe, he was actually brought to the base, grounded for 2 weeks because that's how severe everything was. And then he eventually continued to full duty and to continue operations. History shows that the Battle of Sanguine was actually a turning point in the battle, and that became a turning point because of incredibly brave people like Anthony. Out of all of the people that were wounded during that time, the last person to receive that Purple Heart is Anthony Ortiz. And I have to tell you, I was extremely proud of my friend when I got to go see him get awarded this Purple Heart. Senator Tammy Duckworth is the one who really pushed through this, along with our own Elgin Senator Christina Castro, to make sure that Anthony is actually honored in the way that he deserved to be honored because of everything that he has done. So for me, being not only the employer of such a brilliant person, but also lucky enough to call Anthony one of my friends, I am very proud to present to you Anthony Ortiz, our newest Purple Heart awardee. Thank you, Anthony. And if I did say he was quiet, but I did tell him he had to say a few words.
That would be lovely. No, please. We have a hero in our midst. Definite hero.
All right, I'll keep it short. Full disclosure, it's a recycled speech I gave a week ago because I wasn't expecting to have to say anything. So I want to thank everybody for coming here today. I truly appreciate it. I want to thank Senators Castro and Duckworth for helping me connect the dots and getting the contacts and resources to make today happen. Well, March 1st happen. Like I said, it was recycled. I want to thank Madam Chair and the County Board for giving me the opportunity, and State's Attorney Mosser for an awesome speech, probably better than what I'm going to give. This medal or decoration or award, people call it different things. It is a sacred decoration, one of the oldest given to service members. There are only two ways our service member can receive it. One, it is awarded to my brothers and sisters that were killed in action during combat operations. It is given to their family in memory of their ultimate sacrifice and giving their life for the service of their country. The other way is like myself. We sustained wounds or injuries during combat operations. This decoration is bittersweet. That is because it is one decoration that is not awarded, but earned. It is a way George Washington wanted to honor the men and women to let them know their country understands and sees the sacrifices they went through. I would do everything I did over again. This is because me going to service and gave some of you here today not having to go and do it, but stay here, build our country, and make it better for us when we came home. Finally, I want to honor my 25 brothers that did not come home with me when we left Sanguine back in April 2011, and the hundreds that were wounded and received the same decoration as I received. The Battle of Sanguine, Afghanistan is one of the bloodiest campaigns in American history. It was given many nicknames by British and American media, like Hell on Earth, Afghanistan's Fallujah, but we called it banging and singing. This is because it was the closest to Wild West you can get. Locals used animals to haul items. Graves were marked with sticks and stones. Houses were made from clay and mud. And the terrain was like the following movies, One-Eyed Jacks, the good, the bad, the ugly. I leave you with this quote from Calvin Coolidge. No person was ever honored for what he received. Honor has been given for what he gave. Thank you all for being here today, and I truly appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Anthony. Well done. Yeah, Kane County is so fortunate to have so many caring people who not only work for the county, but citizens who do the extraordinary to help somebody. We are truly blessed. This county is truly blessed. I often say that Kane County has remained a small town, a small county with big aspirations, but some truly with a caring heart, which is why you're all here today, because of your caring hearts. So with that, I'd like to move on to get your approval. It was brought up several days ago at another meeting that there is interest in having an ad hoc security assessment research committee. And with that, as it is my authority to do so, I would like to officially announce the establishment of Kane County's ad hoc security establishment research committee. And again, with your consent, I'd like to anoint Michelle Gums as the chair of that committee. And members will also be Chris Cayos, Bill Roth, and Cliff Surgis. And Jonathan Menching, who is the charge of OEM, will be the staff member for that committee. So do I have your approval?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not only will it take a look at security for the board, but I've also talked to Mr. Menching, and I asked if we could have a look at all of our buildings, since we have a lot of different buildings here, not only on this campus, but throughout the county, to make sure that our staff and our visitors are kept safe and secure.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just want to acknowledge that those who step forward, we've got a heavy lift because we've got a lot of property. So I'm excited to dig into this.
No, it'll keep you busy and a very important work. All right. I think we have the ordinance. Danny, is there any new business?
Madam Chair, yes.
Mr. Iqbal.
Last month, I reported on the fiber optic line that county owns. 20% are being used and 80% are being unused. And there was a statute that was that allowed us to license private companies to use these lines. And that statute was repealed. And I reported last month that I had called or contacted Senator DeWitt's office. There were more calls to me from the Rogers department. So I called more senators. I called Senator Castro, and then I called Senator Dave Silverson. And that call was interesting. After I contacted, I got a call back. They said the senator already knew about the problem, and he had been working with Senator DeWitt. So that was a very positive thing. And there are other things that I did, which I want to report to you. County is a member of two organizations in Springfield, and they are lobbying organizations. So I contacted both of them. I think you get the newsletter from each one of them. One is being headed by attorney Joe Murray, and the other one is by Kathy McCoy, I believe. So I talked to both of them, and they were going to follow it up. Mr. Murray said that they were going to put it on their board's agenda to see if the other 15 county would join us. And I believe other counties are also affected by the repeal. So this is the progress I have made. There's no money has been expended from the taxpayer side. It's a free effort. There is no request for hiring any lobbyist from my end. Okay, so I'll keep on reporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there a current bill on the docket to remove this?
Yeah, I was told that we missed the deadline for the previous hearing, but it is being worked on for the next one.
For next year?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, very good. Oh, very good. Oh, that's wonderful. Excellent. Thank you for that update. That should be something that perhaps the legislative committee should be attentive to.
Yes, and Gums here, those two organizations are ISACO and ICBM. I'm fortunate to sit on both of those boards for legislative. So we had a meeting on the 3rd and we did go over a lot of those things. Those boards or those organizations are for every county in the state. So lobbying wise, they are generic and completely nonpartisan. So it's
Their
good
membership
stuff.
organizations.
Yes, it's good stuff.
And I'm also on the board of ISACO. So I would certainly welcome those talking points at our next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. If there's no other new business, I think we have some appointments. And Mr. Van Kerkhoff? Is he here?
Very exciting, huh? Riveting.
Mr. Van Kerkhoff is not here. Is he online? No? All right. I don't want to appoint myself.
As Madam Chair had mentioned, this is appointment to the Greater Chicagoland Economic Partnership Governing Board effective March 14th, 2023. It's a 3-year term, and the two people being appointed are Corinne Parag and Steve Pitstick, both expiring in 3/2026.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would oppose these appointments. These appointments are not free. They have a price tag of $55,000 to be part of that Greater Chicago outfit. And what they want to do, or their plan is to bring in more businesses or bring more leads to the Kane County. I believe we don't need more leads and pay the money for it. The leads come to us. And the bottleneck is not that we have unemployment here. The bottleneck is that we don't have qualified workers for the businesses who seek to come here. So I would oppose that appointment.
Mr. Van Kerkhoff, you just got a great welcome.
Right. I was upstairs viewing on the live stream, given the capacity of the room. So
So we
happy
have,
to answer
we have a
questions about the
question.
appointment. I'm happy to answer any questions about the appointment.
I think the appointment, and I think there's a discussion once again about the Greater Chicago Partnership, Economic Partnership. Yes, yes, sir.
Sir, just, Mo, just so I'm clear on this, it was $54,000, but that was just for 1 year, right? This was like a 3-year plan, a multi-year plan.
That's correct.
So it's 54,000 per year for a total of a few $100,000. And that was the presentation that was done at the committee of the whole.
Correct. That's correct.
That
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Does everybody remember what the discussion was about and the importance of this effort? That we're working regionally within the 7 counties. So the fact that we have no centralized opportunity to accept the leads, to make sure that, I know, sir, that you are from Elgin, and obviously you would be support Elgin efforts. But if a company in Elgin looks at Elgin and does not find an appropriate site, but they would find an appropriate site in Aurora or in Batavia, that would be referenced to be able to allow those people, that company, to see those particular sites there. It also brings in, which I think you can completely respect, international trade, which is something we don't have much of an opportunity now to have that centralized focus as well. We have a great amount of agriculture here in this community, and that's what helps to support that, so that we can increase our trade, not only internationally, but also nationally. So I think this partnership is long in coming, absolutely necessary and needed, and has gotten previous support of the board. Yes, sir.
Just as a follow-up, voting for the appointment to the board, is that part and parcel to voting for the expenditure to support this? Is that all rolled into one motion right now?
No.
Or is this just the appointment of those
Just the
two
appointment,
individuals?
just the appointments. So we have myself and we have a farmer.
Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly what, Mrs. Lewis, exactly what Cliff said. We have already voted on getting in this partnership, which is critical to our county, fully support it. And we are talking today about the appointment of yourself and Mr. Pitstick, who I actually went to school with. So also a great farmer, does a lot of stuff in the agriculture world. So I am fully in favor of appointing two great people that are going to represent our county.
Thank you. And I believe he is the only farmer represented on this board. And a huge industry. What is the amount of revenue that we bring forward in agriculture? Do you know off the top of your head for farming here in Kane County?
My apologies. I do not know off the top of my head. I can get that to the board, but it has traditionally always been by far our number one economic driver in Kane County. And by recommending Mr. Pitstick to the board to represent the county, he brings to the entire region the knowledge and the strength and the importance of agriculture to this regional effort. There's a lot of interest in agriculture and ag tech from around the globe coming to the Chicago region, and to have that be our best foot forward with the regional group, I think is a good step.
Okay, thank you. Oh, we have Mr. Doherty. I'd like to recognize him. Mr. Doherty.
Thanks. How did we come up with the names? I hear that somebody knows Mr. Pitstick. I'm not familiar with the name. Did we get resumes from these people? Obviously, I'm familiar with you, but do we have any information on him, or how did this be decided that these would be the two people?
Mr. Van Kerkhoff.
Sure. So the regional group in organizing this board for each county, there's two representatives. Typically, one of those is the chief elected official or the executive director of the organization on the board. And then one business representative who represents not just the county, but has some representation with the region. In the discussions with the regional partners, the other counties, in terms of what that business representative should look like. Number one, they discussed that if everyone brought their favorite banker, it wouldn't be a very dynamic group. So we were looking to have someone who would represent one of the leading drivers in Kane County. I recommended a number of names to Madam Chairman, and had a discussion with Mr. Pitstick. And like other appointments to boards, this is at the recommendation of Madam Chairman and with consent of you as the board. I do have some information on Mr. Pitstick if you'd like me to go through that. He is
Yes.
No, that's okay. I mean, if that information was available, it should have been made to us before right now when we're voting.
How long is the appointment for?
3 years. And which is the term of what we're looking for this consortium. Yes, sir.
Mike Kenyon, Steve Pitstick is a longtime Farm Bureau member and leader. He's the president of the Illinois Soybean Association. And we're number 2 in the country in producing soybeans. He's a real
Could
innovative
you
young
repeat
man.
that? Number 2 in the country for what?
Soybeans. It's worth a lot of money.
No, I wanted everybody to
15
settle
bucks a
on,
bushel.
to take a look at that, his qualifications.
He's a great appointment, in my opinion.
I agree. I agree. I agree. Okay, so with that, may I have your consent?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I was told officially I should have a motion to concur in these appointments, so we'd have to take the roll. Bates moved.
Go so second.
Thank you. Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay. For the appointment, Ellen,
Aye.
Bates, Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Already know.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Comes, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Rathman,
Yes.
Surgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Pepe,
Pepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, no.
Young, no, we passes with 3 noes.
Madam Chair. May I add something to that? I know it's late, but I was scrolling through 870 pages to get this. The question was, how much agriculture did Kane County generate in total sales? It's estimated at 1.45 billion, with 643.5 million coming from the livestock sector, adding 402.9 million to the household income. So it was available to us prior. It just took me a while to get to it. I'm sorry I was late.
Thank you very much. It's an important industry here in Kane County, and a farmer should be represented, in my opinion. So thank you for that. Zoning petitions now. Mr. Van Kirkhoff, is he still here or did he leave? There he is, back there. Okay. So, Mr. Van Kirkhoff, we have a couple of speakers who have signed up to speak. I think if they would like address it at this time, this would be appropriate.
Okay, and Mark Van Kirkhoff again. And Blair, I believe one of the speakers had submitted some information that is in the board's packet at the end of the presentation materials for the in the board packet. So she may request that that be shown, but it is in everybody's packet as well.
Okay, so Mr. Ford, I think you should.
I'm
be-
right here.
There you are. Thank you.
This is Ford, Madam Chair. So we have before you petition number 4603, which is rezoning from F District Farming and F2 District Agriculture related sales, services, processing, research, warehouse, and marketing with a special use for landscaping businesses to B3 District Business with a special use for trucking terminal. The petitioner is Glenview State Bank, which is Hampton Trucking. The location is 45 West 130 and 45 West 132 Main Street. This is in Caneville Township. We do have our objector, which is mentioned before, which is an adjacent neighbor. Our zoning board approves this with recommended stipulations. Our development committee did the same thing, just to give you some idea of what those are, kind of not in full detail, but stormwater management permit has to be done, engineering report on the berm, the construction of berm, the maintenance, and also the maintenance of the detention pond. Also, drain tile has to be replaced, and among some other things which are listed in our package. So I make the motion to actually move this.
Okay, thank you.
Second his motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Yes, Mr. Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question with respect to the petition. At the end of it, it said with a special use for a truck terminal. How big is that truck terminal and how many vehicles will be going in and out of that terminal on a daily basis?
Currently,
I'm
Cadam
sorry,
Trucking.
hold on
I'm
just a second. We need your name to recognize you, please.
Bernie Weiler, 140 Municipal Drive, Sugar Grove, Illinois. I am the attorney for Cadam Trucking. Currently, Cadam Trucking has been operating on a facility that is about 2 acres on Kesslinger Road, about a half mile from Randall Road and right across from the entrance to the Delnor. It currently operates 25 tractors and a variety of flatbed and chassis and step-up trailers for purposes of hauling both construction and agricultural equipment, generally oversized load. It's called a heavy hauler. Right now, it operates 25 vehicles, which have an in and out about once a day for each vehicle. Some of them are over the road and will be in and out only 2 or 3 times a week because they're at remote locations. The plan is to grow that business over the next 10 years to where it would have approximately 50 to 75 vehicles. So the trailers aren't used every day, only the tractors are.
In the, one other question, Mr. Weiler, with respect to the location of this, is that moving or staying there and just expanding?
It would move from the Kesslinger Road facility at such time as all of the stormwater improvements and all of the all of the building permits are satisfied. It would move from the Kesslinger Road facility, which is 2 acres, to the 17-acre site, which is and in a more among the areas where it would be surrounded on 3 sides by the tollway, quarries, and then the residential property of the objector. So it would be moving probably within a year. It would take us to plan to put an extension on the existing buildings for the repair facility and to prepare the pads for the parking of the trailers in a way that would that we're working with the county with how that would comply with the stormwater ordinance with regard to the control of any kind of mechanical fluids that might drip from the trucks.
Yes, Ms. Bates.
Are the objectors here?
She is. I believe Mrs. Adams is our neighbor.
Mrs. Adams, she just raised her hand. She's right there in the back.
And
Is she
so
going to speak?
She may.
Madam Chair, Surges,
Yes, Mr. Surges.
whose district is this? What county board member?
I believe it's yours.
I'm not sure the exact location, so I don't.
Is it yours, Mr. Berman? Mr. Berman?
88.
That's Dale's?
Yes.
Do you have any input on this at all?
No,
Okay.
no, no. I've driven by and surveyed the area.
okay. Peter Jensen had corrected me as their goal would to be have the number of trucks about 10 to 12 more trucks.
Okay,
So it'd be up to 35 tractors.
not 50 to 75.
Right. The trailers, there are 75 trailers, but depending on what type of equipment they're going to haul, it takes different types of trailers. So the trailers that are not being used would be emptied and would remain parked. So it would be, the growth would be on this facility would be to up to 35 tractors, which would be the trucks.
Okay, very good. Please, Ms. Juby.
Thank you. One of the objections that Mrs. Adams raised at the previous meetings and again in her letter was about the visual screen that's being proposed. And her concern is that it may fall to disrepair or not be adequate. What guarantees does she have, or would we have if we approve the zoning variance, that would be maintained in perpetuity for whoever else has that property?
Well, the use is governed by the terms of the special use, which require not only the construction of the berm and the planting of the trees, but the maintenance of those trees for the purposes for which they for which the permit was granted, which, would include, the purpose is the screening. So the plan is to improve the current berm that is now on the property and to plant it according to the planting design that has been submitted by our landscape architects to provide screening that would initially be no less than 12 feet high, including the berm, which is anywhere from 8 to 6 feet in height. it's been recommended to us not to increase the size of the berm because by increasing the size of the berm, you increase the slope
runoff.
and it deters the robust growth of the vegetation that really is going to be providing the most effective screening. We would then, increase the length of the berm to cover some gaps that are there. But it would be our obligation to maintain it to assure that those plantings do provide the screening that is a condition of the permit.
And if it turns out to not be a condition, say we have a drought, everything dies, whatever, there's no time saying what the maintenance has to be on that. What recourse does she have? Do the landowners have? And will they have to incur expenses to see that this is actually, being done, the follow-up's being done?
Well, we can,
I think we can bring up Mrs. Adams as well. And this was already, I appreciate the conversation, but this was covered previously. But I do believe the landscaping. The burn
I'm
was,
not asking about the landscaping. I'm asking about what her recourse is. And there's nothing in the board packet or in the previous meetings that says what their recourse is if this isn't.
is all I can say is that any building regulation or condition or permit can always be violated, but the enforcement provisions would provide a remedy. Okay, so we intend to be a very, very good neighbor. We have existed, Cadam has existed for 25 years at its location without one complaint from any neighbor. And we intend to be a very, very good neighbor. We want this place to look good. We want to have harmony with our neighbors. This is an area that is designated for commerce and growth and commerce and employment in the 2040 plan. We employ up to 50 employees in the highest season. Currently, it's 39 because it's the winter season. It has about $1.5 million worth of payroll per year. We are proud of the 19 of our employees that are Kane County residents. So, we want to contribute to the environment, including, the peace and safety and of Mrs. Adams and our neighbors. And, we're prepared to go, to go overboard with regard to what it's going to take to be a good neighbor. So, and I think the track record of Cadam shows that it has been a good neighbor.
I didn't mean to insult you as not being a good neighbor. I don't understand what the process is for someone to go through. So if Mark, maybe you could answer that so she could have an answer to her question.
Yeah, certainly. Mark Van Kirkhoff again. Yeah. So with the conditions on this zoning, if it were to be approved, are enforceable by the zoning ordinance. The process would be if we received a concern or a complaint from Mrs. Adams or another neighboring property owner, we would follow up on that. And if it was found that, yes. So if that, conditions had changed, we would cite the Cadam Truckin with a violation, give them time to remedy it. If that didn't happen, it would go to our administrative adjudication program where they could receive fines. And if it was really serious, we could work with our state's attorney's office through the circuit court. So that'd be the enforcement process for this or any of our zoning special use conditions.
yes, I think Miss Adams. Miss Adams, would you like to address the board?
That's mine. One neighbor doesn't like it.
Thank you. My name's Barbara Adams. My husband Richard and I live on the adjacent property in question, 1 South 560 Lorraine Road in Elburn. Pretty much, I want to thank the board member. You've covered pretty much my whole talk. So thank you. We still oppose the new zoning change for a number of reasons, but according to the 2040 zoning map that was online, the property itself and that is in question and the other closest properties in the area are shown in the map as countryside estate residential, rural residential, resource management, and open space. I saw none that are labeled B3. I do appreciate the recourse that has been discussed. The one thing that I still might have a problem with is the quote about an immediate 12-foot screen. The berm is, I brought pictures and I'm not gonna, they're up on the PowerPoint. I'm not gonna take up your time. Hopefully you can just take my word for it. I took pictures of our 4.5-foot fence. My husband's 6'1". The berm is barely 6 feet, the majority of it. There's a few places that are 8, but maybe 8, but very little. The plantings that are there are totally sparse or dying or grown too tall to be useful, but you can see through all of it. And we could see small red trucks from the landscaping contractors. These trucks are 12 feet. How you can plant but big enough trees and plantings to create that big of a 12-foot screen on the sides of a slanted berm, I do not understand. And nowhere in their plans does it specify, the actual plan specify the size of the plantings. And it says in the body, in his statement, that they will achieve a height of 12 foot. And my concern is that we're going to be looking at these huge trucks for years. So that's part of what I've been upset about too, is that there's a lot of ambiguity here. I get the impression that no one who's actually working on the process, actually hands-on, has been out to investigate the berm, because the only pictures they sent along with their thing for the development committee thing were a picture of somebody holding something in full snow. So you can't really see. And I have better pictures, but I don't want to take your time. I feel that you have heard me and I will have recourse. But again, I still question this immediate 12-foot, which would be a gift. And also the time frame of when it's planned to be completed, which I would hope to be before the trucks are on the property. So I don't want to take up any of your time. I know you have a lot today, so thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mrs.
And I
Adams.
do appreciate.
So are there any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Iqbal.
I would request approval of this petition. We have heard it before, and this house in question is more than 500 feet away, number one. Number two, this property is right next to the highway, and the noise and pollution is not coming from this change, but it's coming from the highway. And if there's any berm that you can dictate to that highway department, it should be by right next to the highway. And that petitioner should not be part of it. So I would request approval of this.
Yes.
Madam Chair, sir, this is just my opinion, but if the homeowner was there first and she has some concern about the berm, then we should address that concern beforehand. Also, if they're saying there's limiting the amount of, they're stating a number of trucks, but not a limit to the number of trucks. I would be more comfortable if there was a limit actually listed in this before we just give it carte blanche. That's just my opinion. I would not be in support until we had those two items resolved. And not that they can't be resolved, just it doesn't sound like they've been addressed.
Anybody else? No, I'm sorry, Miss Adams. My apologies, but no.
Madam
I
Chair.
think we should call the question.
Okay.
Yes.
This, when it first came to the I believe it was transportation,
Mhm.
we pushed it back because it was just a verbal on what the change to the berm was. And it was the last meeting that the proposal, the conceptual, which is page 79 of the agenda, and it still needs to be worked out in the detail, and Mark could probably confirm that. But the idea is physically to raise the berm, it would be, and that's why they're saying they're going to put 5 to 7 feet plants, trees on top of the berm, which will give you the 12 feet. And they're staggered, so you can.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
yes, it's unfortunate. I mean, to the west of that are gravel pits, so it's not like it's pristine properties right now where this is going
It's
into.
mixed use for the area. All right.
Madam Chair Ford,
Yes, Mr. Ford, please.
thank you. Yeah, as this came through development and we actually sent it back and we had a heavy discussion on the berm and the planting, which which actually went into writing. But the thing about it is that for them, this is not the end of their process. They still have to have some engineering documentations. They got to go through stormwater management and things like that. I think they even may have to deal with, correct me, may have to deal with EPA. So there's another process they have to go through. This is just a point how far we take it, and then our staff will take it even further. So there's a lot more work that they need to produce if they get past this point.
Promises to keep and certification that those promises are done.
Yes.
All right, with nothing else, I'd like to call the question. So clerk, could you please call the roll?
Okay, and I just want to make sure I have Mr. Ford motions and Kenyon seconds. Okay, vote. Ellen,
Alan, aye.
Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums, Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby.
Juby, I.
Okay, Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linda, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Thank you. Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis,
Burgess, no.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Pepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
Passes with 3 nays.
You're gonna do it. I moved definitely. I
Yeah,
was gonna
Doherty
say
was no. Minutes, I get my-
Oh, yeah.
I like that. And we had a 3/4 vote, yes, so,
Right by here.
yeah.
Right here.
3/4, yeah.
Was the
We did that.
You know, such a long way.
No votes.
It passes. The motion does pass. We needed,
You would?
we needed a 3/4 vote and it did pass. So we are excellent.
Had 3 no.
All right, it is now 11:10 and I know that our 4-H students have an opportunity to do something a little bit more interactive, which I'm sure that they would thoroughly enjoy. So I'd like to thank you all for coming. We'll see you downstairs in a little while for lunch and I hope you enjoy the next part of your getting to know Kane County. So we will lead you out the back door so you don't have to go through the entire crowd. Thanks.
Yeah. Some of them will be so nice, some not.
Bye.
Thank you. Have fun at the horse show.
Is it going this way?
Votes for my next one.
I've seen a little bit. All right, the room suddenly seems a little emptier. All right, with that, I'd like to, we're moving now to the consent agenda. Would any board member like to have an item removed from the consent, Ms. Juby?
I
Point of
would
order.
like to have resolution.
Point of order, hold on a
I'm sorry. Are we doing G committee update?
Oh, my apologies, absolutely. Committee update, my apologies.
Whatever. Circle back to me, please, when we're finished. where
Yeah,
we're
we're
supposed to
ready
be.
to go. Do not worry. Do we have any committee updates? Yes, sir.
Make this any longer than, staff conducted interviews. This is from the administration. I'm chair, this is Caius, administration chair. Staff conducted interviews with the 3 architects that are contracted with the county for the master plan this last week. I was able to sit in on those interviews and they were all impressive. It is my understanding that the most impressive was White and Company, or that's the one that I believe will be recommended tomorrow in the administration committee to accept to develop a master plan for Kane County.
Thank you. Thank you for that update. And I agree. It was very interesting interviews. Anybody else? None. All right, very good. Now, let's go back to consent agenda. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Surges.
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason we're not following agenda? I mean, if we have a room full of people.
Oh, stop it. Seriously?
I don't mean grandstand. I'm just saying, let's just.
I see you. Well, I think we can get through this consent agenda in due pace. Order, and it's something we already agreed to. Yes.
Madam Chair, I would just like to remind us, we did have this discussion to move this at the beginning of the meeting because of the kids. So now that they're gone, we'll get through it.
Oh, ladies, gentlemen, please. Thank you. Consent agenda. Does anybody have an item that they'd like to remove from the consent agenda? Point of order, please. I will ask you. If you continue to interrupt, it'll take longer. And I eventually have you removed. So consent agenda.
On resolution 23-86, I have a clarifying question. So I'd like it to be pulled out of the consent agenda, please.
Anybody else? Yes.
Under transportation, resolution 23-123.
I'm sorry, didn't hear you.
123.
Oh.
Anybody else?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Rico.
23-87.
23-87. Anybody else? Okay, may I please have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda exempt is item number 23-86, 23-87, and 23-123.
Bates moves. Allen moves.
Leonard seconds. Jason Leonard. Give it to Miss Allen. All right. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Ellen,
Allen, aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Ford, Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Surges, yes.
Carver,
Carver's, yes.
Tepe,
Happy, yes.
Williams. I'm sorry, Williams.
Williams, yes.
Thank you. Young
Young, yes.
passes.
Okay, very good. May I have a motion and a second to potentially approve item number 23-86? Thank you, Ms. Allen. Second,
Sanchez seconds.
Sanchez. Yes, Ms. Juby.
Okay, so I noticed that the request was to roll over half of the unused $30,000. Why aren't we rolling over all $30,000?
Because some of it was already expended.
So we already spent it.
Yes.
And do you know what we spent it on?
Yeah.
The lobbyist.
A lobby.
Where the other money came from? Thank you.
Very good.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Nothing else, yes, sir.
Yeah, I would oppose it. I would oppose any rollover of this money. I don't think we need any lobbyists in Springfield. We should have some issues and we are spending money for no reason. 15,000, we should save it. We are already in financial deficit. And we already have two organizations in Springfield that we are paying $23,000. Are we using them to the fullest? What are the issues that we want to have the lobbyists work for us over there? Those are the issues we should resolve before authorizing $15,000 into it.
Anything else? If nothing else, clerk, could you please call the roll?
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Pretty yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Paul, no.
Juby,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver's, yes.
Pepe,
Pepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Young, no.
That is 2 nays. It still passes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to approve item number 23-87?
Berman moves.
Mr. Berman, second, please.
Sanchez seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Iqbal.
Ma'am, I would oppose this item. This is an emergency affidavit that was given to purchase 3 cars, and those cars have been purchased. I realize that. What it is that state attorney mentioned that 2 of her cars broke down, and she wanted to replace 2 cars plus buy another car, which is not in the budget, and it should not be part of the emergency affidavit. And this budgetary expenses and the budget creep is going on. Her budget has gone from 5 million something to more than 10 million. And I think we need to do something and say that this 3rd car should not be allowed.
Does anybody else have any questions on this? Mr. Ford.
Madam Chair, Ford, I believe this is a replacement vehicle, isn't it?
2 of them are replacement. The other is additional because we had additional staffing. So these cars are used not only by our IT department, but also by our investigators. Because especially the investigators, they can't be expected to go in their personal cars as they're going investigating matters and serving subpoenas. So that we had to accommodate the needs of the people within the office.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Pretty yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Paul, no.
Juby,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Pepe,
Pepe, yes.
Williams.
Williams, yes.
Thank you. Young,
Young, yes.
and that passes with 1 nay.
May I please have a motion and a second to approve item 23-123? Ms. Allen,
Davis still second.
Mr. Caius, please. Ms. Allen.
I'll make this quick. I just, the last 3 months, we have been improving folks who have been prepared to clean up the roads and new people who are volunteering to do it. And to tell the truth, I kind of wanted to bring this up while the kids were in the room because a lot of these kids belong to families who have volunteered to take care of the rural areas around them. And I have a neighborhood group who volunteered to do, has volunteered for many years to do Route 31 at 20, which is an intersection where everybody stops and opens their windows and throws everything out. So we, there's a lot of diligence to try and keep it attractive and so that people passing through will be proud of our county. So I just wanted to say a public thank you. And that's my message.
Public thank you is well taken. Absolutely. Any other comments?
Davis,
Yes,
on
Mr.
behalf
Davis.
of Transportation Committee, we're happy to present 3 new applicants, but we'll always be happy to hear from you with recommendations for more.
Perfect. All right, hearing nothing else, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Gates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis,
Sturgis, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
And it passes.
Okay, very good. And then just as a side note, it's such a little thing to be able to pick up one's own trash and to keep it inside of your car in a bag and throw it into your trash can and recycle those materials that should be recycled. It's of absolutely no effort. All right, that ends our consent agenda. Moving off consent. And to the relief of many of our audience members, they have been waiting to do their presentations. Now, we have a number who are going to be speaking today. And some of you may feel that you would like to speak at length, have new information. For those of you who would like to consolidate your presentations, that would be welcome. I'm making a suggestion. I'm certainly looking forward to hearing all of your presentations without, you've been waiting and been very patient. I'd like to bring up, that'll be fine. No, that'll be fine. But I'd like to bring up, may I talk, have Kate Botke come up first, please? Kate, are you here? All right.
I think so.
There she is. Not agenda.
Mm.
Ms. Botke, I
Thank you.
assume that this is not agenda,
Sorry. Non-agenda, I think.
so you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Kate Bhakti, Geneva. I'm busy this week prepping for a trip to Gettysburg, but I'm here today to do my little part in avoiding another civil war. Another civil war that we should all be working to avert. Wouldn't be against the North against the South. It would be those defending the corporations pretending to be government against those defending our republics. Maybe that's what the 19th century battles were about after all. Tensions seem to be brewing between Americans acting under the color of law on behalf of private foreign corporate owners, let's just say the UN, and Americans who believe in the scripts that establish this federal union called America. Those of us who believe the experts such as Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch, when they tell us in America, the people are sovereign with unalienable rights granted by our creator, not government, the Pope, or any king. Kane County, we have a problem. I've already spoken about what happened in Elgin on June 14th of last year, when the Kane County Sheriff's Department swatted a young family while they were in their home, tried to break into the home with children inside. I hope you've all read their accounts on both sides of that incident. The violence perpetrated that morning was not by a gunman, rather men with guns, badges, and military tanks. One term kept coming in these police reports was sovereign citizens, 8 times, at least. Is that a term in the Illinois Code of the Illinois Secretary of State's office? I can't find it anywhere in the US Code. So where are cops getting that language? Probably from this 2010 publication of the FBI's Domestic Terrorism Operations Unit titled Sovereign Citizens: An Introduction for Law Enforcement. Okay, sorry. It's a joke. I used to teach 7th graders and this report is a joke, but it's not funny because people are dying and suffering.
due to the ignorance of those on that thin blue line, some of those, not all, but who don't know the law. They don't enforce laws. They enforce corporate codes that are not laws. But they apparently don't know that sovereign citizen is not even a legal term. It's propaganda to discredit Americans who dare assert their rights and has no place in any police report. It's prejudicial. It's a prejudicial and oxymoronic slur. What does sovereign mean? Webster says one possessing or held to possess supreme political power. What does citizen mean? Read the 14th Amendment, Section 1. All persons born and naturalized in the United States, which according to 28 U.S. Code 3002, Section 15, and the District of Columbia Act of 1871 is a federal corporation.
You have 10 seconds.
And subject to this jurisdiction thereof are the citizens of the United States. The usage of the term sovereign citizen evinces the
Thank you,
ignorance
Ms. Bodke.
of
Thank
the
you.
law, siding with the enemy and the United States of America. Thank you.
Was off agenda, so.
I'd like to bring up Debbie Kanarowski. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning.
And
Everyone
Ellen,
should have a
excuse me,
packet.
is
It's
this
on something on the agenda.
So you'll have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. And you should have a packet from me.
And we need to pronounce your name for the
Yes.
microphone and the city.
My name is Debbie Kanarowski, and I have been a resident of Geneva for 31 years. My involvement in election integrity started in March of 2020. I have spent over 750 hours working in various areas of election process. Additionally, I have been active in local, state, and national calls on election integrity. As you all know, the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence was awarded to the Kane County Clerk's Office $2 million. Of that money, $650,000 was dispersed to the clerk on December 22nd, 2022. My question is, why did the clerk's office not receive all of the money in a lump sum payout? Could it be there are strings attached to the money, and once the Kane County has fulfilled their commitment, then the money will be dispersed? A FOIA was done in January 2023, and the following information was discovered. On May 22nd, 2022, the clerk's office was paid $11,750 to the Election Group LLC. My question is, why is the money paid to them? In a letter dated August 31st, 2022 from Whitney May from the Center Tech for Civic Life, also known as the CTCL, Kane County Clerk would be a partner with the Kane County Clerk's Office. My question is, why is the clerk's office partnering with outside organizations? On October 5th, 2022, 5 people from 3 different organizations, including the Election Group, CTCL, and Center for Secure and Modern Elections, toured the Kane County Clerk's Office. My question is, would taxpayers approve of outside organizations touring and discussing our election process? There are 12 stipulations that the Kane County Clerk signed stating he would agree to them. Number 9 of these stipulations state the grant project from January 15th, 2022 to December 24th, 2024. My question is, if this money is dispersed at the end of 2023, why does this project go through another election cycle? The FOIA also includes information on the membership of the U.S. Alliance for Election. It states centers agree to pay annual membership dues to the Alliance and make non-monetary, highly significant contributions to the broader activities of the Alliance. My question is, why does the clerk office pay a membership to the Alliance, and what are the non-monetary contributions? The election process should be nonpartisan. My question is, are any of these organizations previously referenced affiliated with any political parties, and where is all of their funding coming from? The omissions of who the money is coming from on Form 990 is the definition of dark money. My question is, who is the money coming from? We all know from various polls taken throughout the United States that Americans are not confident with the election process. My question to all of you is, do you think Kane County citizens would be happy if this information was shared with them and that you allowed the Kane County Clerk's office to accept the funds? After answering each of these questions, I hope you come to the conclusion to return the money received, decline the remaining funds, and to pass a resolution stating that no outside money will be allowed to fund any part of the Kane County's election administration. And I will add that there are 21 states that have banned money like this from outside organizations in the United States. Thank you for your time and your willingness to support fair and transparent elections.
Please, order. Let's get on to our next speaker. And that'll be Michelle Bettig. Did I say your name right? You can correct me. Michelle, could you please pronounce your last name for me?
Bettig.
Bettig.
Yes.
Thank you. Could you please, is this off consent or on consent?
It's on the agenda.
So you will have 5 minutes to speak, and please give us your full name and the city that you live in.
Sure. My name is Michelle Bettig, and I have been a resident of St. Charles for over 25 years. I am here today to address the board on what they voted for when they voted to recognize the proclamation to accept the award from the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence in collaboration with CTCL, which is a rebranding of Zuckerbucks. I would have to assume most of you did no research prior to the acceptance of the $2 million dirty money. I am here to ask the board to take action and demand that the clerk's office return the $650,000 that was already received and denying the pending payment of $1.35 million. At the very least, I would ask the board to pause and do their own research. I would also recommend we end our membership/relationship with this organization and other organizations like this. The people of Kane County are aware of this award and are absolutely outraged at the county clerk would accept a monetary award that comes from private funds that have hidden obligations. These private funds come with such a black cloud that anyone that does research for about 5 minutes would distance themselves immediately. With that being said, I am willing to bet task force for this organization will once again swoop in and do damage control with the public. When the clerk received the CTCL funds in 2020, people had no idea about the agenda these organizations had. Well, that is the beauty of time. 3 years later, there is plenty of truth and witnesses that have come out under this corruption. In 2020, when Jack's office was questioned about this money being received, the CTCL, with their unlimited funds and unlimited puppets, sent out the task force to hush the public and assure them this was for their safety of America citizens in order to operate an election under their guidance and use a pandemic to do so. When in America history do we accept money from private funds to operate our elections? When the county clerk says there's no obligations, it's simply not true. As adults, we know there's no free lunch. The agreement that the clerk assigns states the money must be spent on a specific election infrastructure, equipment, and personnel. The Alliance has a relationship partners that will provide these items and must be spent with them in order to keep the grant. This is actually a perfect setup. This is giving the Alliance complete control of our equipment along with personnel. The money gets right back to the Alliance. Some things you need to know. 3 out of the 10 counties nationally that receive this award declined the dirty money. Private contributions are legal in 24 states. And 12 separate counties in the country have laws outline this and contributions illegal. Next, this 9-month-old organization raised $64 million from private donors, and on their tax returns, thanks to a loophole, had no contributors listed. Last, in the state of Wisconsin during the 2020 election, drop boxes were purchased with the award winnings, and later in July of 2022, Supreme Court of Wisconsin found this unconstitutional, and the county ended up paying more in legal fees than the money was awarded. In my opinion, this money could be deemed unconstitutional at some point and could put Kane County citizens at risk of being responsible for legal fees. Since the agreement of the award states the money can be taken back at any time if not spent on the agreed upon terms. Are you asking yourself, where is this money coming from? Even though this award is sold as a charitable organization, it's not. The danger in allowing private funds to dictate our Kane County elections is frightening. Whether the money is coming from Zuckerberg, large corporations, or China, or a combination of all, threat to our elections in our county is there. This is a nonpartisan opinion. People want fair and honest elections. According to polls, 70% of Americans have little or trust or no election in our elections. Do you think this award will help with the confidence? Since a portion of the money has already been received, why would the board have to vote on recognizing the award? Does the clerk want to spread the guilt amongst individuals? I know every single one of you took an oath to uphold the Constitution and to represent your constituents. I guarantee your constituents are not happy about this. I am grateful to live in the United States of America. I've had a real problem with today's politicians serving themselves. I also have a real problem with lazy politicians that don't do their due diligence, especially with common sense issues that are critical. Our taxes are the highest in the country. I'm sure that we have enough to fund our own elections. I am here today and I represent approximately 3,000 voters, and those 3,000 voters have a very large network themselves. Last, I would like the board to move to request the clerk to give the money back. If the clerk overrides and keeps the money, I suggest we use it to clean up the voter rolls once and for all, or better yet, re-register every single voter. We residents will be here following up monthly to make sure this is done. Thank you.
Please, our next speaker, please, is Michelle Brickert. Michelle, are you here? No, but tag, I have a Brickert. Okay, so you have 2 last names? Okay, the different last name. All right, she is not here. Roxanne Shilka?
Roxanne Shilka.
And Roxanne, this is off consent or
No,
consent?
it's on.
So
on the
5
agenda.
minutes then.
5 minutes. Could you restart, please?
And we'll need your, absolutely, we'll need your full name and the city you live.
Roxanne Shilka from Batavia. I'm going to be.
I got close to it.
Get closer to the microphone, just get closer.
Okay, you've got full 5 minutes.
Okay. Roxanne Shilka from Batavia. I'm going to speak today and I want to encourage you again to disassociate yourself from the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence. In this interest of time, I'm just going to refer to that as Alliance. I quote from their membership agreement. I'm also referring to 2 different organizations because I didn't have the time to research. I'm quoting from Honest Elections Project and influencewatch.org. These organizations did their research. They FOIA'd not only documents, but emails so that the intention of the alliance is clear. On their stated goal, they said, we will develop and establish a nonpartisan nationwide certification program. No, elections are local. We don't need an outside group coming in and telling us how to run our elections. They say, and I quote, "Our commitment to nonpartisanship is total. We will never attempt to influence the outcome of any election, period." I think some projections going on. This is not a nonpartisan group, nor is the money free from strings. Let me give you just a few of the people. I don't have time, but the Gates Foundation, the Climate Leadership Initiative, ELMA Philanthropies, Scroll Foundation, Bridgespan Group, Valhalla Foundation. That's just a some of a whole list of organizations that are behind this group. There is not one conservative viewpoint. How can you say you're nonpartisan, especially when their stated goal is to come in and train people to monitor elections? Their aim is to rewrite existing standards, procedures, and practices. They're providing services and consulting, but no training or election influence. What they want to do, and this is stated, they will advance the profession of election administration in years to come. No, no, no. We do not need more bureaucracy. We do not need a professional election administration. We can handle this locally. In addition to this money with strings attached that other speakers have already referenced, they have non-monetary contributions, okay? That is attending and participating in events to define and develop standards. I can save you time and money. The standard should be one legally registered citizen and one vote, period. You do not need anything else. Also, participating in these events is absolutely a requirement. At the last year's board meeting, you put off a tax hike, and then we're bemoaning about how you couldn't meet your budget and you're looking to cut money. Let's cut this. Easy thing to do. One of the other goals is to share best practices. Great idea. Why do you need to pay this organization to do that? In addition to the dues, I mean, this whole thing is crazy. There was a lawsuit in 2022, and Louisiana Attorney General Jeff Landry, this is a quote from him, says, "Whether the defendants here may be well-intentioned, private money in any amount, but particularly the amount of money offered by the defendants to select clerks and or registrars has an inherently insidious and corrupting effect." As I finish up, I would like the board to explain why you think taking money from a highly partisan, unaccountable nonprofit to run our elections according to their agenda, not according to our local laws, is in the best interest of Kane County public, because they truly are in here. They're going to rewrite our standards and consult and advance their agenda. That is not right. Elections should be local, and we have the people here to do it. Thank you.
Here, please, next speaker, Ken Zitko. And is this, sir, is this on agenda or off agenda?
It's on the agenda.
So please, you have 5 minutes, and please state your name and your city.
My name is Ken Zitko, and I've lived in St. Charles for 19 years and in Kane County for 32. My name is Ken Zitko, and I've lived in St. Charles for 19 years and Kane County for 32. For the past year and a half, after seeing the unexplainable results of the 2020 presidential election, My wife and I have been very involved in conservative politics as well as election integrity and transparency. And between the two of us, we've spent about 2,000 hours on election analysis. My professional background is data architecture and analytics. We began working with a local primary candidate last year and are now involved in multiple grassroots and special interest groups. In part, I wanted to come and ask the board to clear up the doublespeak and to be transparent about what's being called a $2 million award. Calling this an award leaves people thinking that Kane County has excelled in some way to win this distinction. I can tell you that the data does not suggest that Kane County is achieving election excellence. A part of why I've become so involved in evaluating election data and working toward election transparency is because of my own experience, all of which while I lived in Kane County. I registered in 1997, and since then, I had only voted in presidential elections through 2020. When I look at the historic voting data, it shows that there is no vote recorded for me in the 2004 or 2008 presidential elections. But far more upsetting, it also shows that during the 2010, 2014, and 2018 midterms, someone cast a vote in my name. So in 3 elections, there's a vote on my record, but I did not go and vote in those elections. So the idea that Kane County has earned an election excellence award makes absolutely no sense. Working with the election data, we have interviewed approximately 1,200 Illinois voters and found that about 55% of those interviewed have some sort of issue. Most of those are with votes missing or votes added. About 7% had votes added specifically. Someone else mentioned this. This is a color of law issue. The clerk is as responsible to protect our right not to vote as he is to protect our vote. Looking at the number of registered voters, 7% works out to be 21,000 votes in Kane County, which is enough to have flipped every single election in our county midterm. J.B. Pritzker took Kane County by just 17,000 votes. Statewide, 7% is more than 550,000. The governor's race was won in Illinois by 514,000 votes. So before I close, I'd like to add, I think I can speak for the group here in saying that the way this meeting was managed only further erodes our trust, the trust of the public. We all made plans. We all made plans based on a publicly advertised agenda. To me, the rolling changes are an obvious attempt to reduce the numbers through attrition because some of us just couldn't stay. But you saw us, we were all here. So in closing, I'm asking that the county refuse this grant and the influence that'll come with it and follow the example provided by the county clerk in Ottawa, Michigan, which I think you'll hear about shortly. Thanks.
Chris Tom Mattson. Tom? And sir, is it on agenda? Or
Yes, it's on agenda.
So you'll have 5 minutes and we need your full name and your city.
Yes, my name is Tom Mattson. Good morning, board
City,
members.
please.
I'll tell you in just a second. Good morning, board members. My name is Tom Mattson. I'm a 5th generation Kane County resident. I was born around the corner on 3rd Street in 1961. My grandfather was a local merchant. My father was a local merchant, and I'm a local businessman. And our family is heavily invested in this community. I'm going to keep my comments brief.
Oh, sir, so you are from, just for the record. you're-
Geneva, Illinois.
Thank you, sir.
Born and raised. There's a group called the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence, and our county's accepted money from them. And many believe it's disgusting because it is not representative of the people. So we're here to ask you, I'm here to ask you a question. Why are you allowing this? Why? Each and every one of you, I'm asking you, why are you allowing this? 3 counties, 2 in North Carolina and 1 in Michigan, did not receive these funds. They said no. Integrity seems to be a lost word in this day and age. And we're asking you, will you walk in integrity for the people of Kane County? Reject this money. Tell us that you'll reject this money. This is influence peddling in its worst form. So please serve your constituents. Please work on behalf of us, not these extracurricular influences. The voters of the community will be here regularly to make sure that you're accountable because you serve us, you work for us. And I'm going to conclude with one thing. Lord Jesus, let no corruption or deception be found in our local government. I pray this in your name and by your blood. We decree it and declare it over our county. In your name, we pray. Jesus, amen.
Please order. To suggest that in order of respect for the people in our audience, if we could please move the discussion of the find it exactly here. Item number 23-135 to the top of our agenda, so that we can discuss this now. Yes, yes. Do I have your approval? Your consent? It is there. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's not the one. I apologize. I've got too many. 49. Thank you. 23-349. Yes. Okay, so let's move on to that one. And give me just a minute so I get my paperwork together. Here it is.
And if we saw other speakers that are written down.
Are there more speakers?
Are there more speakers? I've not been given that list.
Good thing you came.
Give me just a minute. Already spoke. Okay, I believe we have 3 more additional speakers. Roy Hayhurst. There you go.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Rich Hayhurst, Geneva, Illinois,
This is on agenda.
on agenda. I signed up to speak. I don't know if that's on agenda.
What is your
or not.
topic, sir?
Pardon me?
Topic?
This Election Alliance organization.
You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, obviously I'm a novice into this environment. I brought a list of questions to ask. I had hoped somebody from the organization that is handing over $2 million to us would actually be here to speak and answer questions, but apparently this is also not the meeting in which those questions can be answered and asked. I also don't see Jack Cunningham here, and this is $2 million. This isn't chump change. It's free money. There's a reason this money is given to us. I doubt if it's 100% pure motives. And the problem is, this is not the environment in which to get answers to those questions. I can stand here and talk for my 3 minutes or 5 minutes or half hour, and then everybody can go home and do whatever they do. Obviously, I ran my own businesses. I retired at age 45. I know how to make decisions, as I'm sure most of the people in here believe that they do as well. But this is not the environment to make a decision. I think we need a committee with the proper people involved on one side of the table who can answer the questions that we have to ask of them. Leslie Julie, I respect your public service, and Ken Shepro, maybe you guys could put together a committee where we could actually have a discussion about these topics, a two-way discussion from people who are involved, people who are giving the money, and people who are receiving the money, so that we can make sure that this is a legitimate operation. I'm not going to turn down $2 million from anybody for anything, okay, unless it's corrupt. And I believe that's the nature of this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Bernie Welt. And the last speaker is Mike McMahon. There he is.
Mike McMahon from Plato Township.
And this is on agenda, talking about.
That wasn't on the agenda. I was going to talk about something else, but after watching this fiasco over here, I got a lot of comments to make about this board.
Okay,
First-
so, do you have, I'm sorry. Before you begin, just protocol. We've got your name. If you could say your name and the city that you're in.
I
and
said
then
from Plato Township.
Plato, and we'll give you 3 minutes then, sir.
Yeah, okay. So I was going to talk about some other stuff. I'll put off to the next meeting. There's a parcel of land I wanted to talk about that's putting up for rezoning, but I want to gather some more information on that first. But now that I'm here and I'm watching this show, and you have you push out the kids, they're supposed to see the public interaction, and yet you put us all the way to the back on your own agenda. I find that despicable. And I don't know, you assume it's a group. Do you people not aware that there are citizens out here now watching what you're doing? Because we're concerned. I'm talking to my neighbors. My neighbors are talking to other neighbors. Something's got to change. They will care if they want to stay in their positions. I guarantee you that. If you don't start listening to us, you'll be gone. Because I'm going to talk to as many people as possible. This sham I saw here, despicable, absolutely despicable. And that's all I got to say right now.
That is the end of our speakers, I believe. Sir, what is your name? I do not have it on the list, I think.
I don't know what happened. What's that? Yeah.
It was online?
It's just letting them speak.
Okay, is it on agenda or off agenda?
It's on agenda, but I don't plan on speaking for the full 5 minutes.
And we'll need your name.
My name is Chris Burkett. I live here in Geneva. I've been involved in election integrity because once I got to see my own personal data and found that none of my votes ever counted. Illinois Election Authority does not have any of my votes, 2004, 8, 12, 16. The only one they did have was 2020. And that's the one I thought that maybe they didn't have because the election was interesting. So I would like everybody here to just do a little bit of research into who's giving you the money. I think we need transparency so that any one of us at any time, without having to get involved in a state rep seat, I would like to ask that there would be a way where we can all look at our data through the county clerk. That's all.
So let us begin. I'd like to bring up either Mr. Dugan or Mr. Pollack, who will be speaking to this memorandum and give us some little information and background.
My name is John Duggan of North Aurora, Illinois, and I was asked by Jack to summarize. Jack Cunningham.
Thank you.
To summarize in a memorandum.
They cannot hear you.
That's
much better.
Stand this close? Okay. I was asked by Jack to summarize the methodology, the process of the application, which Brian Pollock initiated last year to apply for a grant to the Center for, the Tech and Civic Life Organization, and let you know what we found out about what that is. First of all, that is a Illinois not-for-profit. It's been in existence since 214.
Is that better? Yeah, okay.
2014. It's located at 233 Wacker Drive in Chicago, Illinois. They have applied to various organizations for grants, and we received a grant of $350,000 for election assistance 2 years ago. What did we use that for? We used it for two purposes. One was to purchase a printer so that we could print our vote by mail ballots in-house. We felt that greatly increased the security of the process since we were not using an outside contractor to prepare the ballots. The second use we put of the money was to purchase a scanner. Why did we do that? It's because we are obligated by the Civil Rights Act to maintain chain of custody of all election documents for 22 months after the election. We felt that any candidate or any group that wanted to do a forensic audit of the election needed to have an image of the actual paper documents associated with the election in order to conduct a transparent election. And so we initiated that grant for the purpose of acquiring that equipment, which was not in the budget and we could not have otherwise acquired. So I think we used our prior grant for purpose completely and 100% for purposes of election integrity and election transparency. I don't think anybody could possibly criticize those applications of the grants. And that's exactly what we intend to use the second grant for. We found that this group in Chicago, a couple things to know. They're certified by the Internal Revenue Service as a 501c3, and they're also registered with the Charitable Trust Division of the Attorney General's Office. They submit an audit every year. And as far as I'm concerned, none of their activities seemed in any way improper or illegal or in any way compromise the integrity of the group. Somebody made the question that we have a membership in this alliance, and we do, and we're also given a scholarship. So that membership has no cost to Kane County. Second of all, well, the strings attached are we are supposed to, and we have agreed to participate in discussions with a group of local county election authorities to exchange information on standard operating procedures and best practices. We've made these available to every member of the county board. We submitted a list of our documents of standard operating procedures. We want any of you that wish to examine them to examine them. We feel that the purpose of this consortium is to exchange standard operating procedures to better comply with the Illinois Election Code. And well, if you want to keep ranting about corruption, tell me $1 that was misspent. Not a single sou was misspent.
Please.
Okay. So what we have agreed to do is host a group discussion of the 5 election authorities within McHenry, Lake, Kane, Kendall, and DeKalb counties. Basically, the same counties that constitute the second district circuit, the second district appellate circuit. We are especially intending to discuss and exchange standard operating procedures of counties that utilize the HART equipment, which we do. And we feel it's served us well, but that it's the end of its useful life and that we are facing the necessity of having to replace it.
Just ignore them. Just ignore them.
Please we're all very respectful of you when you're speaking. Let him, he can
First
answer
of
your
all,
questions.
the election authority, the county election authority has very little discretion on how elections are conducted. We must comply with the Illinois Election Code, and we must comply with the regulations of the Illinois State Board of Elections. Well, that's not our option. So, I'm here to answer any questions. The money that constituted the grants, yes, it came from a bunch of billionaires in Silicon Valley. I'd rather we have it.
Order, please.
I'd rather we have it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Because
please.
the only option is that we increase our tax levy, and I just don't want to do that. As a citizen and as a taxpayer, I'd rather have us minimize our tax levy than maximize it.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll answer any questions.
Does the board have any questions? Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Young.
Yes, David Young here. One of the main issues here is that when you look on the 990 form and there's the amount of money that was given to the CTCL, but there are 0 contributors listed. And so
Well-
that brings up a red flag to everybody about the trustworthy of this money. And that technically, when you look at the Form 990 with no contributors associated with it, at least that was what is in our agenda. That is the definition of dark money. And so
No,
that is what everyone is here. That's the main reason people are here. They don't trust it.
Well, your Attorney General has access to whatever information that is available and required to be filed.
Shh. Let him speak, please. Sir, please. It's Mr. Duggan's turn right now.
Okay, I don't have a turn. I'm just here to answer questions. And I'd be glad to answer anybody's.
Yes, sir.
Surges. So
Sir, please.
as a board, when this was brought up, I've been vocal in the background. I've spoken with a lot of people. I've sent out text messages saying, I really don't understand how this is, what control we have as a board. That this Jack is an elected office.
Mr. Cunningham.
Mr. Cunningham's office, we do not, just like the sheriff, just like the state's attorney, we don't have control. You have internal control. We're not there. However, as of this morning, my understanding is the grant was not awarded to the clerk. The grant was awarded to Kane County. So the grant comes through us and we have to give it to Jack. That's a new set of rules. That's a totally new set of rules for everybody that's here sitting in your chair right now, where 2 weeks ago we said, we're not part of this. We are absolutely part of it. The money comes to us first, unless I'm mistaken. And truly trying to be polite to everybody and both sides. But I think that's accurate. I
Well,
think that does come to us and those rules have now changed.
I would like the state's attorney to rule on this or to put her insight onto this, please.
Thank you. In looking at what the grant says that the grantor is the Center for Tech and Civil Life, which is CTCL, a nonprofit organization, and the award is being granted to Kane County, who is the grantee. The money, if accepted, would then go to the budget of the county clerk, Mr. Cunningham, of which then Mr. Cunningham would have to follow all grant requirements in this document. And based on his internal control, that's when he would be able to use the money for whatever is approved through the grant itself. So Mr. Sturgis is correct in what he is saying.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board? Yes, Ms. Juby.
Incidentally, we received the state's attorney's letter this morning for the first time. We understood that the Kane County Clerk was the applicant and the grantee, and that the reference to Kane County was intended to relate to the applicant and the clerk as the grantee. But we could get a clarification of that from the grant.
I think that would
awarder.
be, I think that'd be highly appropriate. Absolutely, absolutely. Ms. Juby?
So I was just going to ask, is that,
Can, please.
I'm
so
sorry,
people
what
can hear.
what Mr. Sturgis asked is that is not included in the 53 pages of background material that we got on this?
I don't believe the 53 pages was put out there by my office. Those 53 pages were put out by the county clerk's office.
Right.
We were
But it was
asked,
not included in that.
correct. We were asked to opine on this matter, and to us, unless there is a clarification from the grantor, it appears that the grantee is the county.
All right, so we can't answer that question until we get that clarification.
Well, I think we can answer it now because it's in writing. Because it's in writing, if there is an amendment to that grant, we would have to review it again. But right now, it does not specifically put that the grantee is the county clerk, because then it would say the Kane County Clerk.
Here, absolutely. Okay, so the clarity then, the clarity.
Well, if you look at the way the letter was addressed, it was addressed to the Kane County Clerk. And I believe that the intention of that mention of Kane County in the first paragraph was a shortened form, which they do throughout the grant.
I think Mr. Shepro would like to say something. You'll need a microphone here.
I think just,
Sit down.
no,
Here.
I'm looking on it.
Here we go. Here, use this.
There. All right, thank you. Can you hear me? All right. I think just to clarify, I think the discussion that was beginning, is my understanding that the opinion of the state's attorney was in response to a specific request pursuant to statute from a member of this board. That opinion was, I believe, just completed. So when the packets went out, I do not believe the opinion had been completed. And I would defer to certainly the state's attorney, but it seems to me that this is not the appropriate moment for a discussion between the county clerk and the board about whether or not that opinion is correct or not correct, which is, I think, where it seemed like you were about to head. And then I guess I would just ask my boss there. It seems to me that the board forum is not the appropriate place at this moment. Right now, the opinion that has been rendered is, as Mr. Sturgis posed the question to Ms. Mosser, that the opinion of the state's attorney is that this was a grant to the county of Kane, in which case it would appear to me to be up to the county of Kane as by its governing board to decide whether or not to accept the grant. What was said about where the grant would go would depend on whether it's accepted. So yes, if the grant were accepted under our budget process, it would presumably go to the county clerk. If the grant is not accepted, I would think that they would be returned as took place in at least the examples that were mentioned in some of the correspondence. Am I? No.
You're correct.
All right.
So, so I believe that we can further this discussion, but if the conversation is whether or not we're going to be accepting the grant or not, we have no resolution in this packet to accept that grant. So we cannot take a vote on that issue until that resolution is properly processed, which would have to go to Mr. Jarrett's committee, public service. Ms. Bates?
I'd like to know, is it in writing that if Kane County receives the money, that we will give it to the clerk?
Well, so the intention is for it to be used for election, and that would be under the purview of Mr. Cunningham entirely. There's other language in there that his budget, his general fund budget would not be reduced by the amount of this award or because of this award. So yes, it seems clear to me that the grant is intended to go to the county clerk's office for use for election issues.
So if the county accepts the money, it will go to the clerk.
Yes.
Okay.
So our next steps would be to move this back to the April meeting, but it has to go through process. It has to go through the committee structure.
Public service.
Correct. That resolution would have to start out in one of the committees and then it would go through until it eventually makes it to the next county board meeting.
Very good, very good.
You can look on the agenda. The public service is, I think, next Thursday,
It's March 23rd
9 a.m. and right here in this.
at 9 a.m. here in this.
So I would ask if a resolution could be created by Mr. Cunningham's office, presented in a timely manner, expedite, so we can get that on the agenda for public service.
Yes, and we'll seek clarification of the grant as to who the intended beneficiary and grantee was.
Okay, that would be very good. Okay. Any other questions or comments on this?
I do have one comment.
Yes, sir.
David Young here. There are three components that would be, the grant would be used based upon that, the contract that was signed between Mr. Cunningham and the U.S. Alliance. Actually, it was CTCL, but, and by the way, they're all kind of tied together for the people who don't know that. There are three components. There's physical components, technological components, and human components. And my question to you is, would the clerk's office be obligated to purchase all of those components from the election partners, such as Center for Civic Design, the Elections Group, the Center for Secure and Modern Elections, Center for Tech and Civic Life, and Prototyping Lab, knowing that you've already written a check for $11,750 to the Elections Group? To me, it sounds like all of these are together. You've got the U.S. Alliance of Election Excellence is the entity, and then you buy all their services from their other companies. So it's like you're basically you got to buy it from their store. And I
don't think that's true at all. We didn't
wait,
buy
wait.
anything.
You do not think it's true, or you?
Yes, I know it's not true.
You know it's not
We
true. Okay.
we hired Noah Prats to do a cyber audit because he was recommended by CISA as the most effective and efficient and knowledgeable cybersecurity expert within our market. The rest of the equipment was purchased from, we bought a scanner and a printer, none of which were supplied by any of the members of this group of consultants that associate with.
And who does and Noah Prats is from where?
Well, Noah Prats is from Center for Election Excellence.
That's correct. He's from
No,
the
I'm sorry.
Elections Group.
Who's he from? Elections Group, yes.
Okay, he's from the Elections Group, which is a partner of the U.S. Alliance of Election Excellence.
Yeah, excuse me.
Got that recommendation from CISA. But
Exactly.
yeah.
I-
CISA is the
and-
federal government.
Thank you. I believe that now that we've have decided that it's going to be, this is not going to be decided at this point. And we're going to bring it to discussion at the Public Service Committee. And that is on, for all of you, if you're able to attend, that is the 23rd of March. And that is at 9 o'clock in the morning, I believe. So put that on March 23rd at 9 a.m. We will be meeting here. And at that point, you can hear the rest of this discussion and whether or not this resolution will be accepted by that committee. And it'll go through two other committees before it gets back here to the executive, to the full board. Yes, we'll arrange for a bigger room.
Anything else you want of us? Am I done?
No, I think
you.
that's good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
We'll wait until the room is clear.
Madam Chair, could I ask for a 5-minute recess?
Yes, we can have a brief recess. Yes, as we clear the room.
For those folks online, we are taking a 5-minute recess. I'm going to go ahead and mute the microphone here in the boardroom. So if you need something while we are muted, just use the chat feature in Zoom to get my attention, and we'll try to help you out with anything. Thank you, everyone. Just a heads up, we're going to be getting started here very shortly.
Yes.
We'll be getting started momentarily. Start to get settled down, please.
All right, are we ready to begin? Could we have everybody sit down, please? Mr. Shepro, please.
Thank you, Cliff. Cliff, thank you.
Oh, yeah, get your place.
Some nice tea.
That's what you went to law school? This is like entertainment. Be in law school.
They got food
Like,
downstairs.
Hey, there was one class I never. Monday Morning Live. And they, somebody wanted to stole my chair. So the professor never knew I was in class because he just assumed. Folks, Surges, look at this.
All right, here.
Chocolate chip. Yeah.
That's, okay, that's. Kristen. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm reconvening this. I was told that I shouldn't smack. I do not have. How is that?
Getting hangry. So.
That is a good one. All right. Rather than my hand, which I think is a little softer and roll. All right, could we please have a roll call since I think we have some members who may have left?
Yeah.
What time is it? It's 12:37. Right, the board is now reconvening according to since we went on a recess.
5 minutes.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call. Alan.
Present.
Bates. Are you here?
She'll be back.
She's here.
Okay. Berman.
There.
Doherty.
Right here.
And Davis.
Davis here.
Ford. Gums. Iqbal.
Iqbal present.
Juby.
Over here.
Kenyon.
Here.
Caius.
Here.
Leonard.
Leonard here.
Lewis.
Who's here?
Linder. Molina.
Molina's present.
I called him for you.
Roth.
She's here.
Here,
Sanchez.
Sanchez present.
You are president. Accountant for it.
Remote. Silva. Silva is here. You. Strathman. Strathman here.
They even spelled it.
Tarver.
Tarver's here.
Happy here.
Williams. Williams, you in line? Young is not here. You do have a quorum.
Thank you. And since everybody has lunch except for the board chair and our attorney, could we get a lunch as well, please?
What do you want? Chicken?
Run down and grab
Yes, that would be lovely.
turkey and ham
Chicken?
and chicken there's one chicken left. What would you prefer?
I will take the turkey sandwich.
Mr. Shepro? Chicken, if there's one left.
If there's no chicken.
Ham, okay. You want one too? What would you? Okay. Can I have that bag? I got it. 3 more.
Delivery bag.
Oh,
Maybe you could bring it all up. No, I got mine. Thank
Come
you.
from us.
I take a
Turkey,
ham sandwich.
turkey, we have turkey.
When you're at your annual
I think we're
convention,
all learning that
tell your colleagues.
we may have
about
come from a
it.
small family, but we have to
Like-
start realizing that we have a big family now. So speak up so you can grab your food. So we are now going to be moving forward, and I think we can begin with this
Celeste, I think you had.
to item number 23-77.
Okay.
And this is the county code. May I have a motion and a second to approve that resolution?
Leonard moves.
Thank you. Do I have a
Have a
second?
second.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Yes, Mr. Kenyon.
Kenyon here. Are there any limits? Are there reasons that you have to give why you can't attend in person?
Yes,
3.
yes, 3. And I'll have our state's attorney, she can share those with us if you remember.
I'm gonna have to look at the resolution. I was unaware that this was going to come up today, so give me a second.
Believe.
Illness.
It is in here.
Time.
If you take a look at item number, the attachment, the article, it says very clearly what it is. Wrong one. My apologies. I'm on the wrong item.
Near the bottom.
Here it is.
I can answer this now.
Very good,
thanks
thank
To
you.
ASA
Health,
Board.
business or travel. I mean, basically.
1, personal illness or disability. 2, employment purposes or the business of the public body. Or 3, a family or other emergency, so long as the following conditions are met. The following conditions then require quorum. Anyone who desires to attend remotely or by other means must notify the recording secretary or the clerk as soon as possible. And then there's some other subsections with that, but those are the reasons why it would be remote.
Clarification, Caius?
Yes, Mr. Caius.
When you say for business or county meetings, is that your private business or is that
It was my understanding, your business, like if you are employed full-time
business.
outside of this or county business.
Thank you.
To be able to attend remotely, and you will be counted as attendant, being fully attended, if you're accepted into the meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes, who's,
Linder,
oh, there. it is.
Linder here. Something that we've been missing, it's part of the statute. As soon as we have one of our board members on remotely, all votes have to be by roll call.
Correct.
We can't do unanimous consent if someone is online, and it's way down there, section 7, number 6. There's an E in there somewhere. I don't.
Could you speak a little closer into the?
Yeah, it's way down low in the statute. But it's in the section 7 that talks about remote attendance. And you get down to, I think it's E6 or something like that. And it's very clear. All votes must be by roll call.
So as we start going through the changes that are going to take place on May 11th, they will take change regardless of how this vote turns out. We'll have to obey the guidance that is set forth by the state. And I do believe that there's some other ones that are coming up. We'll have some additional changes if they're voted on down in the legislature. Yes, sir.
Berman.
Mr. Berman.
Says you have to, if you're going to line that you need to call, are we going to have a number to call or?
Yes, there is a set number. And it should be in that.
Was there a number in there? I'm sorry.
Under D D2 with the.
I'm sorry.
Yes, there is. There's also an opportunity, either you could call or you can email. So both are an option. And yes, Mr. Shepro has history.
Put this
You
in.
need them.
In context, when this was originally passed many years ago, I know that some public bodies took advantage of the opportunity to allow for it. This was presented to the county board, probably Mrs. Allen might vaguely remember that, when Chairman McConaughey was chair, and that the board at that time decided not to allow remote attendance. So this is really separate and apart from the pandemic related Open Meetings Act amendment. And as was pointed out, there are different standards as to what, including probably the most important being that a quorum must be present in the room in order to proceed. But unlike other public bodies, the county board decided probably 15 years ago not to do it. This would change that and would allow it.
Taking a more enlightened approach now.
Told Mr. Doherty he had a question.
Doherty first and then Ms. Bates.
Oh,
No, Mr. Doherty?
Yeah, in reference to what Mr. Shipper was referring to, last week we had a meeting where we did not have a quorum in the room, but because we were still under governor pandemic executive orders, it was okay. I apologize, I can't find it in the information. Did we amend our resolution to allow for a non-quorum in the room? Or are we still holding ourselves to that restriction?
We are right now under the guidelines of the pandemic, and that will end on May 11th, if I'm answering your question appropriately. Until May 11th, it's going to change.
I'm stating it wrong. So yes, as of May 11th, when we go under our new resolution, will we be able to hold meetings without a quorum in the room?
No, not at all.
Okay.
That's part of the state statute.
Not unless there's a renewal.
And
confirmation or.
I do believe that in case there is an emergency, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if there is a natural disaster or a natural occurring emergency, like a huge blizzard, let's say, or a tornado comes through and we need to have a meeting. At that point, it is the privilege and under the jurisdiction of the county chairman to suggest and say, this is a public emergency. It is unsafe for travel, and we will be holding the meeting virtually if our internet is all working. If not, we'll be doing it via phone. And our technological people will push every effort together to make sure that we can meet. Yes.
Madam Chair, I have
Bates is next, yes.
Mavis Bates. I have two questions. First of all, if the legislature changes the law, we will change with the legislature. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would do it. We're following their lead, amending what we have. Now, let's say they go back to in-person for everything and they won't allow remote for anything, we'd have to change ours as well.
Okay. My second question is, as some of you know, I visit my daughter for a week every year at Thanksgiving. I'm not going to change that tradition for my family's sake. I will, short of lying, I will not be excused from any meetings. But if I Zoom in, may I vote?
No, you cannot. You cannot.
I cannot vote.
Under those circumstances, you cannot vote.
I hear the answer from the state's attorney.
Well, she can stick to her daughter's house.
I know, but I'm just giving. It might be a very important vote.
Madam
Hold on.
Get sick at your daughter's house.
I might be very sick at my, and it may be a family emergency that I go see my daughter on
There you go.
Thanksgiving.
But
Okay.
but please remember, I know we can joke about this, if we're following these guidelines and my understanding, if you say that you are physically ill, you have to call in and let us know.
I'm not gonna.
And then, excuse me, let me finish, please. Let me finish. And I'm not arguing, I'm just sharing with you the protocol. You'd have to call and let us know. We'd have to, as a board or as that committee, would have to accept your attendance into the meeting. The vote of that committee or the board that is meeting can accept that opportunity. So you can.
I'm saying, okay, may I clarify my question?
Why don't we let?
Let's let the state attorney clarify.
Thank you.
this.
If this resolution passes, you would not be allowed to vote under those specific circumstances because it is a vacation and not because you're ill or because of business or because of other exceptions. So that's why you would not be allowed to vote while you are away.
Okay.
Oh, Miss Brady, thank you. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Erin Brady here. I just had to say what the state attorney just said about that specific question. So nothing else for me. Thank you.
Okay, very good. We
We
have,
have
the room is
clarification.
filled with knowledgeable attorneys right now. Mr. Roth.
Roth here. Comment regarding Mr. Shepro on the decision before. Over 10 years, the technology's improved a lot where it works. 10 years ago, it was questionable. And it's still not perfect, as we saw a couple weeks ago, but that's reality.
It's reality. Thank you. Miss Allen.
Well, would we want to change that? Or like say, once a year, if you're
You cannot.
on vacation or something?
You want a mulligan?
Just think if somebody is willing to take their family time and attend a meeting, that we should respect that. Mavis went to Patagonia. If she was willing to take time away from that trip to attend a meeting, I would value her input.
Until the state, it is a policy question for the General Assembly. I agree. We have to follow their guidelines. We can make our regulations stricter, our guidelines stricter, but not less than.
Okay. I see what you're
So
saying.
if this is the case, I would suggest that this is referenced back to the legislative committee as a policy and begin advocating for that. But right now, we have to follow the letter of the law.
Madam Chair. Linder.
Linda, yes.
Linder here. The state's attorney very skillfully pointed out what will happen if we pass this resolution. Would you, just before we vote, talk about what will happen if we don't pass this resolution?
For that, I'm either going to call on Aaron Brady or Stephen Ford, because then we're following what we have. Miss Brady has raised her hand.
Miss Brady?
Yes, hi, thank you. So if the ordinance doesn't pass, then once the disaster declaration expires, everything's going to simply go back to the way it was pre-pandemic, and remote meeting attendance wouldn't be permitted unless the Open Meetings Act changes to allow for further expansion, or unless there's another emergency or disaster proclamation. The Open Meetings Act has always allowed, as Mr. Shepro pointed out, the county board to make these rules, but has never allowed for general remote attendance unless those rules are in place. So what would happen is that it would go back to the way it was pre-pandemic.
Madam Chair.
Yeah. Yes, Mr.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree with the Ms. Brady and what you have said and what State Attorney has said. There's a Exhibit A to this resolution, and the item number 2, which has the 3 subsections A, B, and C. They are coming from the statute. We cannot change those, and they are the essence of this resolution. If we, as Ms. Brady said, we pass it, fine. If we don't pass it, they are still part of us, and we are part of them. So it doesn't matter if you say no, you're still bound by it.
I think, well, I think he's.
If I can summarize, Mr. Iqbal, you mean that even if we don't pass this resolution, we're still under the disaster guidelines? And then once the disaster proclamation goes away, then we're back to the way a regular Opens Meeting Act would be dictated by statute?
By statute,
Yes.
yeah, it would apply. And there, those three conditions are item 2A, B, and C.
But those conditions would not be in place after May 11th
Mhm.
if if you vote this down, unless there is a further extension or change.
Correct.
Then all remote attendance for this body would no longer be allowed because there would be no permissive provision allowing it.
Correct.
Right.
And so let me, if I can take this time, I sent you all an email about this, but Mr. Shepro is a newly appointed special assistant state's attorney. That is why he is here, and he's going to attend certain board meetings at the request of myself. I do want to clarify that he's not the board's attorney. He is a special assistant state's attorney whose duties are to assist with board meetings, provide legal advice, but he's still through the state's attorney's office. It was just to try to provide more assistance from somebody who is very, very knowledgeable about the workings of the board and everything that we're supposed to do.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, I think we have addressed this and we have talked about this quite a bit in previous meetings. So may I have a motion? We have a motion and a second. Could you please?
Second by Tarver.
I think we already have a.
Yeah, we have motion by Leonard, second by Davis.
Ready for the vote? Oh, Mr. Tarver, did you have a vote? Or I made a question. Question. Oh. Right, please call it.
Okay, Ellen.
Ellen, I.
Bates.
Please come back to me.
Okay. Berman. Berman, yes. Berman, yes. Doherty.
Yes.
Davis.
Davis, yes.
Ford. Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal.
Iqbal, yes.
Juby.
Yes.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Tyus.
Yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Lewis, yes.
Linder.
Yes.
Melina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Surges. Carver.
Tarver, yes.
Tepe.
Tepe, yes.
Mr. Williams, did you arrive? Mr. Young is gone. Okay, and Ms. Bates? No. Passes with one nay.
Amazing.
So Ms. Bates, I assume that you're going to be working very closely with the legislative committee so that it can be adjusted appropriately to satisfy your needs.
Thank you.
All righty, we have the next one is, may I have a motion and a second to possibly approve item number 23-134.
Strathman moves.
Thank you, Ms. Strathman.
Berman, second.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Discussion. Yes.
My apologies. This is the first time we're seeing this in front of us?
No, it has been presented.
Was it on the,
previously.
okay. I don't remember if it was on agenda or not. I do have some, let me pull up the agenda. There are items listed in the appendix or addendum which outline,
Could you get closer to your microphone?
oh yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Brady, did you need to chime in? I think we need to postpone.
Yes, it looks like this is the first time it's going to be up, and it, upon Miss Brady's advice, it should be postponed to the next meeting.
Which one is? That's what I thought. Okay.
Postponed to a date certain.
To
Is
it,
that based on the first reading?
this is based on the first reading, so we have to move it.
That is my understanding, but Mr. Shepro, you're supposed to
Because
be
this is-
providing me answers.
This is changing the rules of order, so this is its first reading.
Yes.
But I know it has been discussed, I believe, previously at executive committee.
No, it was brought
To
to
the county
board,
board, the county
but
board
it was postponed
postponed,
because we could not vote at the same day
correct.
it was introduced.
I thought we already let it lay over so
That's
that
what I
we could
thought.
vote on it now.
That's what I
It's
thought.
Had that period of
But I think the motion should recite that it has been given its first reading and therefore lays over to whatever. the next-
Garrett, I apologize.
If it's merely postponed, it's been given.
Ms. Brady, you have your hand up.
Yes, hi, Madam Chair. I received an email last week from county board staff, and I thought the county board staff believed that this had not made it to county board last month. I don't know off the top of my head one way or another, but that was my understanding from those who were preparing the agenda.
Whether there or not.
Hold on just a second,
Look at
please.
the minutes.
So we know that this has been discussed, and I believe absolutely it was discussed at an executive committee meeting. And I believe it was discussed at a board meeting, but we have Ms. Molina said date of the ordinance is 4/11/23. April
That's in the
11th,
future.
23. So that's next month. Yes.
Chair Sanchez, I was just going to say, my recollection is that we had discussion on it, but it was never an agenda item, which I
Yes.
think is a requirement of the ordinance
Correct.
code.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we have it now as
That's the
agenda
distinction.
item officially.
Right.
All right, so why we have it opened, now we all realize it was discussed, and now we have it here. Are there any amendments or changes to this so that we can alter those appropriately and bring it back to the April 11th board meeting?
Only that we have, Davis speaking, only that we have the appropriate language for Mr. Shepro, that what we're doing now is making it possible to vote on it April 11th.
You could put in you could amend it on April 11th. It doesn't have to be the verbatim language. It just has to be given its first reading.
Specific language today that we need to put in there so that we can vote April 11th.
No, is how it is now.
Say
Just
that-
making sure, because that's been, it seems to be
I
the
think a
stumbling.
motion to lay over to the April 11th meeting for the second and final or second reading is.
There you go.
Words to that effect would do it.
Motion.
Guess I'll second.
Oh, hold on a second, let
Come on, Celeste. You guess.
complicated board meeting.
Having a good day.
Expect the finance.
Mo and I think we did this already, but
Okay, hold on. We have,
Oh, okay. Where's the minutes?
hey. They can wait.
are we all,
Okay.
Can I ask people to use their microphones, please?
this,
What microphones?
Microphones?
we ready? So we're going to have an amendment to the original motion.
Wait, no. I think that Mr. Berman's motion was to give proposed ordinance 23-134 its first reading and to lay it over to the board meeting on April the 11th.
Good night.
And damn the suck. Damn the suck.
And I concur.
I have.
Let's vote.
Clerk, please call. Almost ready?
Can still do.
I just want to make sure I've got the amendment to lay it off, do its first reading, lay over by Berman, second by Davis. Okay.
So
Thank
now
you.
we have a motion to lay over. Is there any discussion on this? Yes, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few points on point number one, if you refer to the I guess you'd call it exhibit that is attached to the resolution. It mentions the board chairman may form an ad hoc committee. What about the county board itself? I think that's the default position. Would this then limit the county board from creating such ad hoc committees? An example is the American Rescue Plan Committee was created by the county board, for example. So does that limit it, or does it just add language that allows the board chairman? Because I understood both could create an ad hoc. I don't know if the state's attorney question or not.
It is my understanding that I can make recommendation. It is approved by the board.
Yes.
Can the board make the recommendation?
The board votes on it.
Ultimately, the board votes either way.
No, but I think
Okay.
the question was,
Can the board
does
initiate?
this resolution delegate exclusively to the board chair the authority to create or make such committees? Or is there still residing on the board the right to do so?
Correct. That's accurate assessment.
That's a policy question for you collectively to decide.
Madam Chair, question.
Hold
Do
on.
do you mean board chair or you mean committee chairman, chairperson?
No, well, here the language is board chairman.
Sure, yeah.
But I think our default has been, my understanding has been the board chairman can create an ad hoc and also the county board can create an ad hoc. We all ultimately have to vote on the members and all of those kinds of things. But I just was curious, is that limiting language or is it just additional, making it clear that the board chairman can do this as well?
I think we'll have to, that again is a policy decision, but I would like our state's attorney to do a little research on that to make sure that we're following appropriate code if it is in a code.
Because I mean, I'm in favor of expanding the ability, but I wouldn't want to limit.
So we're looking at the opportunity for having a standing committee to make an ad hoc committee.
Or the county board, really. Yeah,
Board.
does this, the question is really, does this limit that,
For the,
Mr. Shepro?
this is Caius, just to go beyond that, I think we are already allowed as a committee chair to create a subcommittee, ad hoc subcommittee.
Ad hoc is different.
Right.
Yeah, but an ad hoc is
Right now,
different than
but
a
it's-
subcommittee. Because a subcommittee is coming from within a committee and it reports to that committee, whereas an ad hoc comes from the governing body, the county board, and reports to that governing body. That's the distinction in Robert's rules. So. My second question was on point number 3. There's a limitation of a minimum of 3 members, a maximum of 7. And I'm curious why the maximum is at 7. Simply because in Robert's Rules of Order, they talk about with certain issues that a board may go after. There may not be an easily identifiable, agreeable position that everyone will come to. So the concept is to have a large ad hoc committee that gathers a lot of differing viewpoints on the issue, and that reports to the governing body. So I don't know if this is something we want to talk about a little more, like with the American Rescue Plan Committee, for another example, once had 11 members, now has 9. And I think it creates a lot of good conversation on these ad hoc topics that we're discussing. So that's just a question. Why are we limiting it to 7? And then point number 7 is the idea that after 1 year, if the work of the ad hoc committee is not completed, the board shall not maybe, but the board shall debate on whether to make it a subcommittee, which is sort of a different intention than an ad hoc committee. So I don't know what
But it also can become a standing committee.
could become a standing committee as well. Is what the intention behind that is.
All right, if we have, you posed
Madam Chairman.
3 questions. Okay, so county board versus the county chairman. Why is it limited to 7? And now you want to know why the ad hoc committee can either become a standing committee or a subcommittee. All deserve different answers.
And I'd
Oh,
add,
And I'm
excuse me.
not asking for those answers right now because I know we have to postpone this for a month. So really, I think maybe this is for Mr. Iqbal to perhaps address and report back to us for conversation.
All right, we have Mr. Shepherd would like to speak and then Mr. Iqbal.
No, I just gonna say is that I'll bring my own next time. I mean, in the past, the board has used subcommittee, special committee, ad hoc committee in a way that it didn't really comport with the Kane County code. And I think part of what you're driving at goes to that issue. You know, an ad hoc committee, in theory, under Robert's rules, is supposed to be a limited duration, specific purpose committee, but limited duration is usually the key to it. It's
not intended, you shouldn't really have an ad hoc committee that is still around after 5 years. So I think that the use of the terminology is something that probably should bear on your final product to avoid confusion about exactly what is the anticipated duration. I guess that's just really, I think it goes to all the questions that have been posed.
If I can, I think a lot of what you're asking, Mr. Sanchez, is more policy related questions and not legal questions. If the board wants to vote on this and wants more than 7 or exactly 7 or less than 7, that's a policy decision for all of you. It's not necessarily a legal one. If you want only the county chairperson to have the ability to form an ad hoc committee, then that's a policy decision for all of you. And so I think that this is something that if you need to discuss it further, given the fact that we are going to send it over, that's a discussion, and then you may have to amend it, but then it has to go through a whole other reading. But it's my understanding when this was formed, it was the policy decision of the board.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree with the state attorney and also agree with Mr. Shepro. In the hierarchies of the committee, there we have a standing committee, and the standing committee has subcommittees. And this is at the bottom of all the committee, but for the limited purpose, for the limited duration. And there were no guidelines given to the board, except that it referred to the Roberts rule. And we are creating those guidelines. So tomorrow, when you are assigned to a committee, ad hoc committee, or want to form a committee, there is something that you can look at. And that's the purpose. Whether the membership should be 3 or 5 or 7. This is a smaller committee, so generally it should not even go to 7. It may be 3 or 5. If you want to have unlimited, and technically we can say that it should have at least 3 and leave the upper limit open, but practically it's a 3 or 5. And generally it should not go more than a year. First language was in the draft to go only for 6 months. It's a very small task, but so 6 months may not buy very much. So 1 year.
1 year.
Again, it does not go into the working of the standing committee. The paragraph number 1, it says that this will not be asked to perform. It will not be appointed to perform any task that the standing committee or a subcommittee is doing already. So it's not a competition with any committee, and we are the same group of people doing different things, different committees. So it's just a small little thing that we are trying to provide a guideline for.
I think, who is next? Yes.
Madam Chair, Surges,
Surges.
I realize that we are so far off reservation in this meeting, but again, I would like to just state that this is a board meeting. This isn't a committee meeting. This isn't a committee of the whole. We're supposed to be conducting business by a yes, no vote with minimal discussion. If we have this level of discussion, let's get this back to a committee where it belongs so we could have that. Half of our members have already, not half, but a good number of our members have already left for the day. We're pushing 1:15 and we're debating stuff as if we're in committee,
Just 2.
and we're not. This is a board meeting.
This is the
So-
first reading, and I appreciate your sense of urgency. These questions have brought up. This is the first reading, so we can bring it back to the board for the second meeting. We can defer this back. If there are any changes, we're going to have.
If you say back where? Because I thought it started here. Shouldn't it go to a committee?
It can go to executive. It can go
Okay.
to the executive committee.
Well, procedurally, I think Mr. Surges is correct. It's here. If it's laying over, it's not going back to executive committee.
Correct.
You could send it back to executive.
We can send
committee,
it
but
back.
as Ms. Masser says, I mean, these are policy decisions. But if your intent is to keep this on track to be approved at the next meeting, then what you fear, if there's no committee intervening to work on it.
I think, Jared, I think you're the next committee that's up. I'm tomorrow, but it's too late to post. Can we just post for next week, Chris?
This
and
has
just
got
keep it
nothing to
moving?
do with under public service, though. It should go to executive for
Or
discussion.
An ad hoc committee.
Bravo, Mr. Shepro.
All right, thank you for those comments. Yes.
I think that under what would happen at the end of 1 year, that there should be a third choice subcommittee, standing committee, or remain an ad hoc committee if it's wrapping up. If it looks like there's another month or
Okay,
two left, it
so
should
I
stay an
think
ad hoc.
I truly believe that I agree, this is going beyond the concept and the purview of the board because they're making decisions and suggestions based on no concrete knowledge and basis. So what I would suggest at this point is that there's no emergency for this. Like, this is not a critical decision that needs to be made immediately. I'd like to amend this to be moved to the next meeting of the executive committee where we can have further research on it. And then we can put it back if it's approved, pending approval of this through the back to the board for its first reading. So do I have someone willing to amend their motion? I think Mr. Berman
Yes.
is second. Who seconded?
I did. I concur. That's fine.
All right. With that, clerk, please call the roll.
Why don't you restate?
Okay. We are going to be moving this to the executive committee meeting, which meets on the date. Somebody have a calendar?
April. Just say the April executive.
Look at it. It's coming.
April 5th
Thank you. April 5th.
at 9 a.m.
Right. 2023, 9 a.m. Okay.
We just waste 10 minutes.
Clerk, please call the roll.
15 minutes.
Okay. Ellen,
Have something else to do.
Bates, Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Guns, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Yes, Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Ethman, yes.
Surgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Yes.
Tepe.
Zeppy, yes.
Okay, and the rest are gone. So that passes.
Passes. Very good. Okay, may I have a motion and a second to approve items number 23-135?
Berman moves.
Leonard seconds.
Thank you. Discussion.
Why he's hanging around.
Mhm.
135.
Zeppy here.
Yes, Mr. Tepe.
In addition to my objections at the executive committee about the fact that this would be expending monies that I do not think we should expend, I feel that all of this can be handled effectively internally. Now that the agreements have been included, I've got a lot of questions about this, okay? It appears to me that among other things, the treasurer is assigning and in effect transferring all of his duties to an outside organization in regard to these kinds of investments. I think that's wrong. In addition, one of the contracts refers to the organization's brochures, which are not in our attachments. Okay. And I just feel that the agreement itself is flawed and should have been properly vetted at the committee meeting and was never presented at the committee meeting. And for those reasons, I personally think that this should be tabled.
At the committee meeting is public service,
No, the committee meeting for this would be finance.
finance, all righty.
Madam Chair.
Oh, absolutely. You're absolutely correct. Yes.
Thank you. I also have some questions that I will need answer. I don't see that there's a cap or like an amount that's listed here. That's a problem for me. I also am not sure why we waived liability. And reading this statute as well, not that I don't agree with the idea, the process to me is not okay. And I believe it's violating the statute. That's my opinion. I cannot find anything historically that says we've ever done this before. And I'm, last meeting, we did have a conversation, so I dug into it a little bit further because there were questions that I hadn't thought about. So I did a little research into that, and it actually created more questions than answers. So I would like to see this go back to finance. Because I just simply don't have the answers. And again, it's not that I don't want it to go forward. It's just the process is not correct.
Ms. Bates?
We do have in appendix A the fee schedule. So we have the Mavis Bates, in appendix A, we do have the fee schedule. So I believe we have the fee amount.
That's not what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
That's right, Ms. Bates. The
That's-
fee schedule is there, but there's no limit associated
Right.
with it at all.
So there's so there's not, I'm sorry. There's no cap, there's no end, that's an issue.
That is correct. That's the way
Right.
it works.
Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Phelps, were you making a motion?
Madam
I
Chair.
am making a motion to move it back to finance, yes.
A second.
Second? Okay,
That would be on March 29th.
March 29th. Mr. Leonard. No, I mean, Linder. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Is to move
Table-
it
it's
to
table,
finance?
no discussion.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Leonard speaking. I'd like to know if Steve Ford could give us some better explanation. I know he's done a lot of work on this, and I think he might be able to answer some of the questions that are of concern to the board members right now.
Madam Chair, point of order. I believe the motion is the motion to table, and I believe there's no discussion after.
No, this
that.
was,
No,
there was a,
she moved to go back to finance.
was
not
to
table.
send to committee.
So there is discussion.
That is a debatable motion.
So she moved for it to go back to finance
Correct.
Correct.
on March 29th. That is not a motion to table.
No.
No.
To
To move.
defer.
To
No,
defer.
then-
And before ASA Ford speaks, we do have our treasurer here. Our treasurer has been working diligently with the state's attorney's office regarding this resolution. And I would like to remind the board again that the treasurer has internal control. It is his job to decide what to do with the investment money. And if it is his choice to hire or to contract out to a fiduciary person who has that status with us for the investments, that is his legal right to do so. The reason why this is here is because within our own county codes, it talks about where the money would go that we earn from the investments. The money is supposed to go into one of our accounts. And because of that, it kind of conflicts with the internal control statute. So whether or not you agree with what he's choosing to do with the investments is not what this is about. This is just authorizing for these monies to then pay for this service because of that particular subsection in the county code. Now, again, I'd like to turn this over to ASA Ford, who can answer more of your questions, but I do want to reiterate that the treasurer has done everything legally that he's supposed to get this here so that he can perform his job duties under internal controls.
So we brought this up previously and before Mr. Ford, and please correct me if I'm wrong. The question to reiterate is not if this is a legal standing document, it's how the two investment companies are paid. Do you want them paid out of the general fund as per traditional contract separately? Or do you want to give the treasurer the authorization to pay it out of the investment money? Everybody understands that's the question, to my understanding. Now, Mr. Ford.
Sure. Stephen Ford from the state's attorney's office. So Ms. Gomes, you made a comment about waiver of liability. One thing during this process was I made certain that the contracts would contain our standard county indemnification language. So the county does have that protection. There is a reference to the county, not the county, the treasurer acknowledging that well, nothing contained in this paragraph or elsewhere in this agreement shall constitute a waiver or limitation of any client's legal rights under applicable U.S. or state security laws. My understanding is that language is standard for these types of agreements that came from these vendors, and that's more so there Because typically, with at least one of these entities, they did ask the county to limit its liability, and that was taken out of the agreement. So my reading of this is that it has our standard county indemnification language such that if there's a reason, if the county is, someone tries to make a claim that the county mismanaged the funds or the treasurer mismanaged the funds, county would be able to have these entities indemnify us. I understand though, one of the headings kind of reads that way. So, but the text itself, standard in line with county contracts. I don't think there is anything from a legal perspective, given the way that the compensation is designed to work here, that would prevent the county board from insisting for some type of not to exceed. Again, the county board is the manager of the county funds. I would note that, again, as State's Attorney Mosser stated, that the treasurer, he's required to invest county monies in accordance with the county's code and the Public Funds Investment Act. The Public Funds Investment Act contemplates the hiring of an investment manager in some sort. It doesn't specifically say how or how that must be done. But reading from that, something, given his internal control authority, this isn't outside of the norm for something if he believes it's necessary to fulfill the duties of his office. The compensation was something that is what, in accordance with how other counties have done this type of work, the treasurer's indicated that the compensation is in line with that process. For that reason, though, that's why our office has recommended bringing this before the board, because of that state statute that says that earnings, I think it's the 8th whereas clause, essentially states that earnings are to be credited to the county treasury for use for accounting purposes. So again, given the treasurer's desire to have this operate in accordance with how he has said other counties utilize this service, that's what the agreements reflect. So again, I don't see anything from a legal perspective that would stop the board from putting a not to exceed amount. I can't speak as to whether it may be necessary to propose other language in the contract to prevent a situation where the board's only authorized a certain amount, but the treasurer is still being invoiced for more. That's a discussion I can have with the treasurer, but nothing, in my opinion, from a legal perspective would prevent the board from doing so, given the way these agreements are set up.
Mr. Davis?
To that last one, isn't, and Mr. Lawson can confirm this, but the billing is based on the amount that's invested, isn't that true? So that you can't really predetermine a set cap. It depends on what you've chosen to invest. Treasurer and I have a long and dynamic history, so I don't offer this lightly. I don't view this as shirking responsibility. The investment world is complex, vast. I think this, to me, is, delegating some responsibility to some experts in the field, and we expect a return on that investment. And I think it's already been demonstrated that, that we will earn more than we are spending. I'm okay with that. As to some oversight, which obviously we always have and want to maintain, because investment earnings are always, correct me if I'm wrong, deposited into counties' coffers and then taken back out, you will always see it here. It will always come back before you, because that's the route the money has to follow. It doesn't just stay within the purview of the treasurer's office and without you weighing in on this. So I am comfortable with this and will be supporting it.
Yes, Mr. Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill Leonard here. I just wanted to say that I think Madam Chair was pretty succinct in what we're voting on here. And it's not whether or not the treasurer has the authority to do this. He does. It's how the advisors are going to be paid. They're going to be paid one way or another through the county. So it really doesn't matter to me if it goes back through the treasurer's office and is credited, or if it goes into the general fund and we pay out of that. We're going to pay the fees that are on the schedule. But the reality is, I agree with Mr. Davis, we're going to earn much more money than what we're going to pay on this. And the treasurer has the right to use these advisors. So I think Madam Chair hit it on the head when she said, it's not about whether or not he can do this. It's about how we're going to pay the advisors, plain and simple.
Thank you.
And I will be supporting it.
Mr. Berman.
Berman here. In lieu of what was been said, and I think our questions have been answered, I don't see any reason to bring it back to the finance committee. I would be against the motion to send it back to finance.
I agree.
I would be against the motion that
Send it.
is on the
Alright.
floor to send it back to finance.
Okay, and who seconded that? Yeah, Mr. Iqbal, were you seconding
Madam
that?
Chair,
Hold on a second. We have a motion. He's withdrawing his motion. So who's seconded?
Gums made the
I
motion.
believe Linder
Gums
seconded.
made the motion. Gums made the motion. Would you approve that? No? No? Okay, she stands. She
Okay.
stands.
Okay.
So we're still in the discussion of moving it to finance. Yes. Mr. Linder.
I'm sorry, Linder, I'm just uncomfortable going on down the road with the accountability on this. I'm fine with hiring the advisors. I'm fine with the fact that they have a fee, but I just would like to see that passing through someplace rather than them keeping it before they give us the money. We lose accountability. Mr. Leonard, I understand it doesn't make any difference to you, but I just think we lose some accountability if we don't actually see that money come and go. Maybe I'm older and more old fashioned than you, but it just, at this point, if we pass this next year or in 4 years, or when we have a new treasurer, he could agree to a 50% commission thing and we wouldn't even know,
Within,
because it's in his internal stuff.
You do that now.
We're funny.
We're having, I think, a robust conversation. We have a motion on the table to move this to finance. Where it can be further discussed unless Ms. Gums decides to change that motion, modify her motion. That is the motion that's under discussion right now. So I think, could we please call?
There's a debatable motion.
I've had my hand up for quite a while.
Second.
I'd like to say, Mavis Bates, that one reason that we possibly don't want a cap on this.
We're not talking about cap, please.
Well, we're talking about whether or not we need to.
How to pay them.
But one of the reasons people are sending it back to finance is because they see the need for a cap. And I'm saying we don't need a cap.
But okay.
Okay.
That noted, but that's fine. But remember, the point is how we're going to pay these people.
Because having no cap incentivizes your manager to make more money for you.
So Madam Chair, just a point of clarification, right now, the motion is to send it back to the.
To
committee,
finance, correct,
And it has been seconded.
correct.
If it failed, then we decided right here.
That's exactly correct. All right, so
Uh,
are we ready to call the question?
Call the
This
question,
is
yes.
simply to move it back to the March
29th.
29th. Thank you. March
29th.
29th meeting of finance.
March 29th.
Thank you. Okay, everybody clear? Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen. Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman,
Berman, no.
Doherty,
Yes, move back.
Was that a yes or a no?
Was a yes.
Yes.
right, thank you. Davis,
Davis, no.
Ford. Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Well, no.
Juby,
yes.
Kenyon,
Oh.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Silva,
Silva's a no on this one.
okay, Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Surges,
Burgess, no.
Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe.
Tepe, yes.
That is it, and it fails. You've got more nays than yays.
Okay, so it's still here.
5, 6, 7.
Motions moves to finance fails. Discussion.
We need a motion. Madam Chair.
No, there's a motion
We already
to
have a
approve.
motion. So, yes.
I just have a question because I have consistently been having questions about this and I do not have a problem with him having a consultant. My problem has always been how they would be paid. I'm sorry, I thought I was using my mic. It's all right.
Microphone.
So I just want a little clarification that now when it comes to vote, we're not voting to approve the consultants, just that they're being paid through interest income.
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you.
That's it.
Is there any other discussion on this? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, this is for the 23-135. Ellen. Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty.
No.
I didn't hear you. Repeat, please.
No.
Thank you. Oops. Davist,
Davis, yes.
Ford. Gums,
Comes no.
well,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Should be no.
Yes.
Caius,
Yes, no.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, no.
Surges,
Surges, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe.
Tepe, no.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
this
7,
up.
17, or I'm sorry, 7 nays, 15 yays, passes.
Passes.
Yep.
Good.
All right.
Moving on.
How long did that take?
It's almost dinner.
It's not dinner yet. You can
Tomorrow
have-
yet?
You can have another lunch.
Yeah.
Have a,
Happy hour. Whoa.
We're on daylight savings time. Getting darker.
Yeah.
So ready.
our 900-page agenda.
I'm sure about that.
May I have a motion and a second to approve items number 23-136? Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Sanchez seconds.
Thank you. Discussion.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes. Yes, Ms.
So is that certain action relative to the tax agent, meaning collections or keeping them to get the money? Is that what that action means? Okay,
We had the public hearing.
okay.
That's correct.
And they have to.
The tax agent is the seller of last resort. If something didn't sell at the tax sale, then the tax agent is charged with finding someone to buy something that no one wanted to bid on. And that generates additional revenue. I think virtually every county in the state outsources that to somebody to do that. And this is, but it requires board approval of the actions and proposed contracts.
That is in the amount of $15,027.
That's what the taxation collected.
What it is. All right, any other discussion? No? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen. Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davist,
Davis, yes.
Ford. Gums,
Comes yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby, Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Pepe,
Yes.
passes.
Passes, very good.
Click this
Last one.
Myself in the HUD.
Shot himself 5 times. The worst.
May I have a motion and a second to approve item number,
Go back down, man.
ready, gentlemen, please. 23-137.
Bates. Oh, Bates got it.
Oh.
Sanchez.
Sanchez,
All righty, we got that.
so quiet.
Okay, we had a motion, a second. Are there any questions or discussion on this item? Hearing none. Last call. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen, Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Herman, yes.
Doherty,
Already, yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Ford, Gums, Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Melina. Miss Melina,
Molina, yes.
you, Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe.
Steffi, yes.
That passes.
Passes unanimously. All right. Thank you. Okay, I hate to give this pain to you, but I believe we have a call for executive session.
Get in.
In the crowd.
So with
Sanchez,
that,
what is the purpose? I'll move it.
Oh,
I will let our state's attorney share the purpose of this.
I believe the purpose is for ongoing litigation.
Sanchez makes the move to enter closed session for the purposes of pending litigation.
Roth seconds.
Roth seconds, all right.
Seconds. Okay. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen, Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Herman, yes.
Doherty,
Already, yes.
Yes.
Ford, gone, Gums,
I agree.
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Yes.
Kenyon, Caius,
Yes.
Gopi, I'm sorry.
Leonard,
Boy.
yes.
Leonard, thank you. Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
nah,
Molina, yes.
thank you. Roth,
Yes.
Sanchez, Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman, Burgess,
Burgess, yes.
Tarver,
Yes.
Tepe.
You know,
Yeah. This is.
yes.
All
right, everybody online that's joining us in the closed session, please accept the invite. Be aware we are live streaming. So until I give you the word, anything you say will be going out live to the public. And those in the room that have joined, please know that you also have to accept the invite or leave the meeting completely.
Okay. Only digitally.
Okay.
You're stuck.
You will want to ask a question.
I don't want to ask any more questions.
Promise is
Oh.
promise. Did you hear that?
Been exhausted.
I heard it.
Exhausted.
That didn't take long.
Oh, yeah. I didn't hear Mavis say.
4 hours.
Is there anybody hearing my voice that feels they should be in the closed session?
The back is a lot.
think we have different connectors.
I think there's two of them, but I'm not sure.
No, they're just, the other one.
So
It's not working. It's fine.
350.
It's a good start.
you can vote on those, right?
doing, bailing?
It's pretty, I know there was a one
And
that I.
I'm sticking on.
Okay, you're back in open session.
So much more boring than what I was hoping you were gonna say, which is.
We are back in open session. Clerk, please call the roll.
Call Ellen.
Don't do me like that.
Davis.
Bates.
Here.
Berman.
Here.
Doherty. Davis.
here.
Ford. Ford. No. Gums.
Gums here.
Iqbal.
Present.
Juby.
Over here.
Kenyon.
Here.
Caius.
Vice President.
Leonard.
Leonard here.
Lewis.
Who was here?
Linder.
Under here.
All right. Melina.
Molina present.
Roth.
Roth here.
Sanchez.
Sanchez present.
Silva.
Silva's here.
Strathman.
Strathman here.
Surges. And Tarver.
Harper's here.
Tepe. Nope, he's gone, but you have a quorum.
Okay, we have a quorum. Wonderful. Sir, please do the honors.
This is a record. I think with the longest meeting
on, get
I've
on with it.
attended here, but
Get on
I move we adjourn.
Don't extend, geez. Okay, second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
I oppose.